This is the Lion Go Show, and this is Happy St. Patrick's Day to all. And this episode will be about education, religious education. And my co-host this time will be Paul from his YouTube channel. Paul?
Hi, everybody.
Will you tell us about your YouTube channel?
Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel, 4,500 subscribers, I think it is. So it's small. On there we've got the disassembly of a dissertation where I take to pieces.
That's the dissertation of Ken Hovind?
Yep.
Oh, I read his thing. I read it. I honestly read it. His communist thing is hilarious. The whole skit on that.
So did I. I went through it line by line. There isn't a single line that isn't challengeable.
No, except for my name is Ken Hovind.
And even then you doubt him.
And also, wait. Also, here's Chris Lucas, our resident particle physicist. And he's fucking...
still muted. Chris!
I am cooking right now, but thank you for having me on the show again.
Yeah, so, Paul, you wanna take the topic on?
Education. Okay. Who am I talking to about it?
Well,
Both of us.
Well, yeah, Chris is here.
Oh, you are still staying here. You're not going to go.
Yes, I'm staying here. I'm in the middle of making my dinner, so I can still talk and do two things at once. So.
Hey, we got some guy. We have some guy on. That's kind of good.
Okay. Yeah, education. The future of mankind is in education. We got to where we are because we educated our young. And right now we seem to want to destroy that. As a Brit, I look at America and in utter amazement that you guys managed to send a man to the moon. And you have people that don't even believe that the Earth goes round the sun. And they
have people that don't believe that we actually put people on the moon.
Yeah. They don't believe that it exists, and they want to teach their own somehow screwed up version of reality because that's what they believe, and they think that it should be given equal time.
Messed up.
Yeah, I mean in certain parts, is it Marco Rubio or Jimmy? I can't remember him. The Republican guy that's actually an Indian.
Indiana. No, Pennsylvania.
Is it?
Pennsylvania guy?
No, it's down in the south. Jimmy Dingle or something like that. I can't remember him. But yeah, they've recently passed or looking to pass legislation that allows their education system to become a voucher system, which allows. You know what I mean now, don't you? Yeah.
I know what you mean now.
Yeah, so it now means that, it sounds a good system, that you've got freedom to take your kids to any school that you want to, but unfortunately...
California passed that already, and I think it's a good system there, but it still sets up for segregation. It's trying to spread the money out a little bit more evenly, but everybody sends kids to the good schools.
Well, doesn't it sound like then, voucher a voucher system means who will pay for it, right?
Right.
So pretty much, if you're a poor kid, poor student, which pretty much base, their education on, what little money their parents give to the state, that benefits the kid more than it would the parents.
Right.
So the kid gets an education, even if the parents themselves didn't have an education themselves. Like think of a first generation American. Like a first, like their family was from some different country. They're working here, so their kid can get an education for their kid.
Unfortunately, what's happening with it is they're taking that voucher to private Christian schools who want to teach that the Loch Ness Monster is a real thing and it's a dinosaur, and it proves that evolution didn't happen.
But that doesn't disprove evolution, though. I mean, birds or living proof dinosaurs still exist. In some form.
I mean, it's often been said that, yeah, you can teach what the hell you want in private school. But in the public schools where the taxpayer pays for it, yeah, we're not teaching creationism. So you now have all these
It's not proven
private.
fact. It's not a provable fact, I should say. And there's
Yeah,
no evidence to even suggest that that's even a possibility.
exactly. But some of these private schools, though, do teach it as being a proven fact. And they teach that evolution is incorrect, and that they teach creationism straight up.
Well, here's the problem that I see with it is I think that the government shouldn't be funding Christian organizations at all, shouldn't fund Christian schools, even with the voucher system, because then you're leaving it up to them to teach the kids, and they're teaching them improperly.
Well, prior to the voucher system, they didn't.
Right now.
It's now they've brought the voucher system in. They are effectively subsidizing creationism taught in the classroom by the back door.
Uh-huh. And that in itself needs to be stopped.
Yes.
When you start taking government money, then the government should say that that is not proper, and that is not what our educational system set up like, and you need to follow these guidelines.
I can't remember
This
which
is what
state.
we have proven. These are what we say needs to be taught to our students, and whether it be public or Christian schools, they need to follow the same curriculum. And that's what I think that we need to sit down and go, okay, we'll give the funding to this school, but they have to follow our curriculum.
Yeah, I mean, in the UK over here, we've got the national curriculum. So there are certain things that have to be taught. You have to teach evolution. You cannot not teach it and teach creationism in its place. However, there are some schools in the UK where they're not necessarily public schools. There might be private schools or academies where they can teach evolution, but they have to teach. They can teach creationism, but they have to teach evolution, and they have to teach it as a fact, whether they like it or not. There's a set curriculum, and they have to pass it, or they'll lose their approved status. And you can't have all schools in the UK have to be approved, whether they have to be licensed as fit for use, as described. So you can't just open up your own school in your garage or the room upstairs and start
Like
teaching
here in the
whatever
US.
nonsense. But you can in the US. I mean, you can homeschool in the US. You can to an extent in the UK, but you have to follow. Once again, you have to follow the curriculum, and the Education Authority comes down and goes and checks to make sure that you are actually teaching to standard.
Actually, that's the one thing I actually think that we have right. Here in the U.S., if you homeschool, what ends up happening is the kids that are homeschooled actually have a better grasp of our education system, and they actually come out with a better understanding of science, physics, mathematics, history, English, the English language. Just their curriculum is because they're held to a higher standard than they are in our public schools.
Wait,
we need to.
Chris,
Yes.
I got a question about that though. Like think of Ken Ham and his homeschool pushing for homeschool Christians to be homeschooled and such. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would you say that type of homeschooling is beneficial to the student?
Actually, it is, because the homeschooling actually has a curriculum that's actually set up, and you actually have to follow those guidelines.
Oh.
They're actually more strict, and if they do not keep up with the curriculum, they'll actually make you put your kid back in school, in the public school. So, I mean, they actually have to be, the guidelines for homeschooling is actually a lot stricter than in the public schools, which I think that it should be the other way around, but it isn't. And too many kids get a free pass, but we also need to start looking at how we're educating our kids, because I think that's where America's kind of falling behind on the rest of the world. If we don't understand how our kids' thinking, we don't take the time to really sit there and understand how to teach them. We do have many methods or stuff. A lot of teachers have gotten lazy in our country.
Well, they're teaching to pass a test. Yep. That's always the dangerous thing is when you start introducing, you've got to pass this test, you've got to pass that test, they'll to save time, they will teach the pass the test. They won't teach the kids to actually understand. They'll just be taught how to pass an exam and nothing more. That's a terrible thing.
Wait, I gotta make an announcement.
In homeschool, you not only have to pass the test, you have to actually understand the subject.
Chris, yeah. I gotta make an announcement though. Blog TV in 2 weeks is gonna be dissolved because it's being bought by this company called ULive, I think it's called, if I remember correctly. So the show will not be broadcasted on Blog TV in 2 weeks. It will be broadcast on Blog TV next week, and that's it. That's pretty much the last time that's the last time it's going to be on Blog TV because it'll be dissolved on the 27th. Blog TV will be. So we're going to be moving possibly to Voggin Live because it looks pretty good. Okay? That is all. Okay.
All right, you should make an announcement at the end of the broadcast too.
Same thing?
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go on with what you're saying. Sorry for the interruption.
No, public service announcement over with. I mean, it's a necessity now that Blog TV has been bought out from under us, and it's going to turn into a gong show. But yes, carry on, Chris. Homeschoolers.
Our homeschool students are actually held to higher standards in our public schools. Not only do they have to learn the testing, they actually have to retain it a lot longer because they are tested by the Board of Education. So they end up with a better understanding of science and mathematics. It isn't just, I learned it for the test that's this week. They have to retain it for several months, and they get tested, I think it's like every 3 months here where I live. So they have to retain it a lot longer. And there's no really cramming for the test because they have, like here in the state that I live in, they have 8 tests, and they randomize them. And when your kid comes in, the kid never knows what they're going to be tested on. So they could be tested on mathematics every 3 months, or they could be tested on science or history, and they keep doing that over and over. So the kids in homeschool actually get a better understanding of science, mathematics, history than kids that aren't homeschooled. And I actually think that we need to do that instead of trying to make sure the kid understands it week to week. We need to teach them, and then every 3 months, see what they actually understand, and then get where they're at, and then try to help them catch up.
That's a terrible tragedy, isn't it? Because when you're teaching to pass a test, when it gets to the next level, so you pass that particular test, now you've got to move on. You've got to almost learn significant chunks of it all over again to pass
because
the next
forget
step.
it right after the test. You just let it go.
Yeah, they don't have a mechanical understanding of how things work, so they can't apply it. I've often found that as to be the difference between an average school and a good school, is that a good school will turn around and tell you how it actually works and then teach you how to pass the test, or how to apply it so you can pass the test. Of course, the bad schools won't even get you to pass the test.
And actually, unfortunately, that's a lot of the schools here in America. A lot of schools here in America actually they don't even care if the kids pass anymore. And that's why our kids are pretty much uneducated whenever they get out of high school. And whenever they get into college, they're so shocked on how much information they don't know that they end up dropping out.
It's also, it's not just that, it's the way that information is the way that information is gathered these days has changed substantially. I mean, you're the same age roughly about as I am, so you will have had to learn what you learnt in a very similar way to me, in the fact that you understand how it works, how to do various things, and then you apply that to your exams and pass your exams, etc. Today with the internet, anybody can be an expert at anything, and information is only a fingertip away. So kids don't necessarily have to learn it.
Anything. Right.
When they're writing a paper, they can just Google it and cut and paste huge chunks and rewrite it. and never have to actually understand it to actually write what is in effect a high-level paper, which they might be doing, the level where a 16-year-old, for instance, they might be doing it at that exam level, but they might actually be copying and pasting first-year degree level stuff and just not understanding any of it. But they know where they can get the information should they need it. There's a lot of people that watch YouTube videos and learn stuff from that. And in fact, some cases they learn more.
That's a place to learn.
Yeah. In which case it comes down to popular arguments in many cases.
Yeah, and there's no real accreditation or real experts in any fields. Like here in America, there's very few physicists actually that go beyond a bachelor. Almost all my colleagues are from out of my country. They're not even from the U.S., so a lot of my colleagues are from all over the world. And that's just sad that there's very few people that have gone beyond the bachelor's degree because they're too lazy to actually understand how stuff works.
Or in many cases they don't need it, and consequently, they don't need it to get the job that they want, and therefore, if they don't need it, why get it? The masters and PhDs, there's a significant amount of work in it. You'll understand that, and there's also a significant expense in it, and chasing around getting sponsors to do it, and getting the grants to do it, getting the research funding to do it. It's a lot of hard work to do it, and then at the end of it, you've got to write the bloody thing up and get it published, and defend it. It has to be, certainly in science degrees, it has to be an original piece of research. It can't just be something somebody else has done. You are adding to the knowledge of the human race by getting your PhD.
And not only that, it has to actually, when you defend it, it cannot be defeatable at all. It has to have to hold up to scrutiny, which is why, for one, I'm working on a paper on the Higgs field. And it's a completely original concept, and it could possibly change the way we look at the universe, but I have to be able to defend it to a certain extent, or I'm not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't copy and paste this work from other people's work, so it has to be completely original.
It doesn't exist anywhere. Nobody's done it before. Nobody. It's new information. But yeah, it's the world is changing. I saw studies recently that say that people are now the way that they remember things is not so much as they remember a fact, but they remember where they can retrieve that fact from. Whether it be Google, whether it be a colleague, whether it be a book or whatever, but they don't actually remember the facts. It's a case of, I went on so-and-so the other day and there was something, let me go and bring that page up again.
I remember I read it in this book from this author. This is a citation for it, instead of, I read it on Google. No, I've actually read books. And that's the other thing. A lot of kids haven't read books nowadays, and that, I think it's becoming, very dangerous for our society. I don't know about over in Britain, but here in the U.S., kids are too accustomed to the fast food education system that we have.
Well, with the advent of smartphones, smartphones has changed the pub argument forever. I don't know if you've got bars over there, we've got pubs, but on a Friday, Saturday nights, blokes will sit there and argue about football stats and God knows what. And it used to be a case of sometimes it can come to fisticuffs outside with somebody getting their head kicked in because of a disagreement over who scored the last goal in the cup final in 1963. And now we've got smartphones and we've got wireless internet in pubs, and you can just get your phone out and say, there you go, settles it. That's what Wikipedia says. When in effect, that's what somebody has written on Wikipedia. It doesn't necessarily make it true.
Right, and that's one of the things that I've actually found a big problem with. Every time sorry about this. Keep talking for a second. I need to Shoot.
It is okay. No,
I'm back. I'm back. You can talk to me now.
I can talk to you.
Sorry, everybody. I had to go to some obligations.
Okay. Sorry, I took a huge bite there. What I was saying is I don't use Wikipedia as a vile source. Whenever I talk to creationists, I've noticed that a lot of them cite Wiki as this is the end all the truth, and it's like I sit there and say, do you have any citations outside of Wikipedia? Because that, to me, is not a valid source.
It's like this. I remember having a conversation with somebody. I know, I'm not citing their name, and I really should, but it would possibly. They're a lawyer, or rather, they're a trainee lawyer, and they're going through university right now. So they're only in their early 20s, and we were talking about various different biological concepts, and he was asking me how on earth I could just reel this stuff straight off the top of my head, and he was asking for sources and things like that, and I was going, oh, good God, I couldn't tell you what. I read that in a book like 20 years ago, and it's like, well, wait, didn't you have Google? And it's like, no, I graduated in 1994. Google did not exist until 1996.
Damn.
When I did my...
I started college in 93, so yeah. I feel you, man. And Google wasn't even that big of a thing until like the late 90s, after I'd already gotten my master's and shit. So, I mean, I totally feel you.
Yeah, you in those days, you had to go into the library and spend a significant amount of time going through the big bibliographies and the indexes and God knows what, and looking up all the various...
We had to actually have study groups because it was either we had study groups or everybody would fight over the books because we needed a lot of books on the subject. So, I mean, it wasn't like, your class, they wouldn't race to the library and go, I want this book, I want this book. It was a social thing. Now Google's, I think, kind of taken that away because now we don't have I don't think we have really a
you can do it all on your own.
Social dynamic when learning anymore.
Yeah, because we all used to, you go into that study group and there'd be about 10 people there, and you'd also divide labor as well. So you go up and look for that thing, and you go off and look for that one. I'll look for this one. We'll come back in an hour or so, and we'll go through it all. And you'd share it, and you'd pool your knowledge, and you'd sit there and you'd go through what it is that you've gone and found in this particular journal.
People
and
would become specialists in certain areas, and they would share their knowledge, and you don't see that anymore. Everybody thinks that they're an expert in everything. I've noticed that.
Well, you know what the thing is with my generation, because I was born in '93. I'm young, really young, but pretty much the internet. The internet was the savior of pretty much, like, my generation, I guess you could call it stupider, because, I mean, heck, I graduated, like, I would say, like, a little bit past the middle of my class. Like, I was, like, towards the higher end, past the middle.
I was top of my class.
Well,
so,
okay. Well, you could just stroke off your dick if you want to keep doing that. Okay, but pretty much, the internet was pretty much what everyone used for their bibliographies and stuff. We had to go to this website called, to do citations, we just went to websites and stuff. I was like, what should I do citations for this World War II article, this thing? I just went online, looked up 3 things, and I quoted off Roosevelt saying a quote, just one quote, and I just said, okay, I'm going to cite this, and I'm going to just cite 2 other things from somewhere else.
Can you remember what he said?
Yeah, it was the thing, his famous thing saying, fear, the only thing you have to fear is fear itself.
But back in our day, when we were at university, laser printers were about the size of a small fridge.
I know, I remember that.
God, you guys are old.
And therefore, if you wanted any printing done, because the university would not accept it on dot matrix, because back then dot matrix had tractor feed. And so you pull all the little loops off the side of it. You had to submit it plain paper, laser printed, double spaced, Times New Roman font, and it had to be laser printed, which meant that you had to get it damn right, because you then sent it off to print, and you had to pay for every page. And it didn't print straight away. You sent it off to print, and you collected it an hour later from the hatch in the library, and you paid for it, for the number of pages. And if you put a typo in there, then you had to print it all out again, and you had to pay for it all again.
Yeah, and we didn't have the luxury of printing just this page out. I remember that.
I knew.
I thought it was great because my last year, in college, before I stepped away from doing my doctorate and stuff, you could actually choose a page. I remember that as word processor actually was catching on, and word processor actually you could now pick the page that you use, and I thought that was awesome.
Oh yeah,
I knew a guy. I know a guy that I talked to who's an electrical engineer who is at my college. He told me that he saw the first Mac, like this woman was demonstrating the first Mac, and the people around her were asking, "Hey, what can this thing do? Like if Apple goes down, can I buy this from somewhere else?" And she said no, and everybody there was like ticked off because if you want to be an executive, you have to be able to get stuff from other people. That's why Microsoft went up when they made word processors and stuff, because you can buy it from Intel, HP. Just the names go on.
Do you want to know how they really did really well?
They also licensed out their product.
No, it's called software piracy. Back in the day, it's called software piracy. Back in the day, you could get DOS came on 3 disks. Windows came on 7. Yeah. And what you do is you get your mate to... there wasn't any CD keys or any of this. You just copied the disk. You put the disk in, you went X copy, and you copied the disk. Yep. And you could then take it to your computer, and you went and just installed it, and away you went. And you ended up with companies, with organizations that just buy one copy of it, and the entire organization went. And suddenly, over time, everybody was using Windows. And that's how they did it. They bitch and whine about copyright these days, but it's what made them market leaders.
I thought it was also because they licensed.
It really is. I mean, and what's crazy is that even nowadays, I mean, you really can't protect they have such encryption on like games and stuff. I mean, I remember changing games and making my own just because I was bored.
Yeah.
You can't do that now without the risk of somebody suing you.
Well, I mean, back then, it came on a floppy disk. I mean, it was smaller than 1.4 meg. It came on a floppy disk. You loaded it onto the computer, and it was all these little modules, and you could change the little modules and mod the game and things like that. It was dead simple. We used to go around the university computers with a box of floppy disks after the lunch hour, and we used to look on the hard drives to see what games had been copied on there and copy them onto your floppy disk. And then there you go, you've got that game, and all you have to do is copy it onto the computer the following day, and you've got that game.
Well, let's go off of copywriting and Windows back to education.
I mean, that is part of education, I think, because we were actually trying new things. We were exploring the universe that was being created for you, Strife. We were actually the ones who were out there doing stuff.
Yes, I agree. The best generation, I would say, is mine, because think of all the shit that has happened since. We have the iPhone, we have the internet, we have the PC, we have the home computer, with the real PC. We have Microsoft, we have, well, if you like Mac, I guess you can say like Mac. We have
laptops, touchpads. We were the ones out there exploring everything.
GPS, I think also, right? GPS, or was that before? Was that an 80s invention?
Which one?
GPS.
GPS has been around for 15 years?
I mean, the internet's been around since the 60s.
Oh yeah, definitely. GPS, I think.
It's the military. I know the military made it. I know the military.
Yeah, I think it was in the late 90s when GPS started being used.
You mean in the private sector?
Publicly.
In the public sector.
Private sector, I think it's been around since probably late 80s.
I think it was in the Gulf War. I think it was the Gulf War. I remember watching Marvel.
It was. It was first. It was first extensively used around about that time, about the time of the Gulf War. My first job out of university was working for the Ministry of Agriculture as a biologist.
Wait, you're a biologist?
Yeah. Well, I was. I moved out of that field because there wasn't enough money in it, and the field biology somewhat collapsed in the UK. And at the time, we had the Millennium Bug back in 2000.
Oh, I remember
that. Y2K?
Yeah, so I
Y2K
I inadvertently swapped careers back then simply by the fact that I was doing, I was putting software patches and all the service packs on my free, just freelancing as agency work in my free time, going around to companies on a night, just putting software patches on and getting paid something like £50 an hour for doing it. I mean, it was silly money for just sitting there putting service packs on.
And the thing is, those service packs didn't nowhere near make the impact that people thought it was. I mean, back then we actually thought the world was going to come to an end.
Well, it happens every 1,000 years.
It had the potential to. I get there's a lot of. I work in the IT industry now, and a lot of people will turn around and say, "Well, the Y2K problem was a big flop. We paid all this money out to fix this bloody problem, and when year 2000 came round, there wasn't a problem." It's like, yeah, because you paid all that money to fix it. Had you sat on your ass and done nothing, then it wouldn't be chaos.
There was a lot of hysteria about it. And the thing is technology was changing so fast, but that by the time 2000 came, I mean, pretty much the old hardware and shit and software was pretty much already done, replaced, and it wasn't really going to affect it anyways. We changed so much between when they found the Y2K bug till 2000 that, I mean, technology was jumping around so fast that, I mean, we didn't have to spend all that money. We just had to keep changing out our software and our hardware.
Yes.
So we ended up wasting a lot of money. And all they had to do was reintegrate what we knew was the problem and change it over.
I mean, one of the companies that I was working for at that time, doing the software patches for, make soap. It's the PZ company. They make custom soap. And they have factories over in Eastern Europe. They've got factories all over the world, but the ones that they were worried about the most were the ones that they had in Eastern Europe, because some of that machinery was still left over from the old Soviet days, and they just managed to integrate to it, only just. And they were worried that because a lot of it it's automated processing control. So when it runs out of things, it will turn around and start ordering it, and turn around and flag up that they need ordering equipment. And the biggest danger was really a financial one, in that it would click over to midnight and then go back to 1973 or 1972 or something like that. And from year 2000, and then decide that it now needs the best part of 28 years worth of supplies, and start ordering all that shit.
Which would be horrible.
Which would be horrible. It'd be a horrible mess to actually sort out, especially with the integration they have with suppliers. That's because a lot of industry these days uses the just-in-time method, which means that rather than carrying a huge stock, they actually order it so that it arrives just in time. Well, when it suddenly realizes that say for instance that it's either got 28 years worth of stock or it needs 28 years worth of stock to actually comply, that's a big problem, because all of a sudden your factory could run out, or it's suddenly you need to build another factory just to house the stuff that it's going to order.
Yeah, we could have. I think we could have compensated for that. I mean, double check the data when it came in right after that, and make sure that nobody's making these massive orders and they're trying to fill them right away. I mean, they could have put a stall process into it. I mean, we'd spent upwards of like almost $1 trillion trying to fix the Y2K bug. I mean, that's a lot of freaking money to fix a bug.
I mean, from what I've heard, the bug would have been like, I don't know. It's pretty much thinks the end of the world would have been caused by our own hands. I think it was like nuclear bombs going off and shit, right?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it would have been as
dire as that. No.
As dire as that, but it would have been serious. I mean,
for
instance,
serious to financial, right? It's kind of like depression, where now you could say it's kind of like what we expected it to have been, right?
Well, it's not just financial. I mean, for instance, I think is it the Raptor, the F whatever it is, the Raptor, the new super stealth plane that they've got in the US. they found they had a problem with that, in that when they flew it one way across the Pacific, it worked. But when they flew it the other way across the Pacific and it hit the international date line, it flipped back a day, right? Because it goes from they're going west. And it either jumped a day or flipped back a day. I can't remember which one it was. And suddenly its autopilots thought, hang on, I should still be back on the ground back in Langley. Or I should have landed by now, and turned its engines off. And therefore they couldn't get the thing restarted until they glided it back over the international date line. And it went, oh yeah, here, that's where I am. And that was a serious issue.
It was the F-22, by the way.
F-22, yeah. And that was just a simple date miscalculation thing. Now imagine that in airline computers, autopilots that suddenly think they should have landed wherever they are by now.
And that just goes up, like I said, and all they had to do was upgrade. Well, the software is totally different now, and we're aware of those little problems that can occur because of that. And now we get another 100 years to wait, and then we're going to have the exact same problem.
Yeah.
I mean, the year 3000, we're going to have probably the exact same problem. We just have to, we need to learn from that and actually start looking forward and try to prevent this stuff from happening. And I think that's actually the one thing that we should look at and learn.
Wait, this would happen in the year 3000?
Oh yeah, most likely it will. I mean, they're going to, it's...
Why would there be a bug like that?
Because some cheap-ass bastard will have turned around and, to save a bit of money on memory, will have decided to program with 2 digits instead of 4, and they won't have learned.
I mean, it's still the same amount of digits. It's still 300000. It's still.
The problem with the Y2K problem was that they only programmed with 2 digits. They didn't include the 19, so it was 97, 98, 99, 99. 00, and 00 was considered to be 1900. 1900 wasn't a leap year, and all the days were off. So you would, if you were in a jet, you'd be taking off on Tuesday. You'd be landing, on Monday, because the days were wrong.
Well, the funny thing though, I mean, the thing is this: the computers came about in halfway of the century, like 1950s, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, but think of this though. We're gonna have. It's not like we're gonna have a computer from 1999 to the year 3000. That'd be hilarious though if they have like an IBM computer still going on from that year.
Well, it's not just IBM computers. It's the software that's used to run.
Well, yes, but just imagine though.
And whenever they start taking shortcuts, that's when we start having the problem.
But you got 1,000 years to fucking fix this problem, supposedly. So
No, it's not in the year 3000 you will have a problem caused by. Pardon?
Isn't it 3030?
Yeah, in 3030, the problem will not be caused by the hardware we've got now. The problem that they may have, if they have it at all, will be because the lessons of the 1900s have not been learnt. And some points in the 2900s, somebody somewhere will have decided to cut corners and will be using a 2-digit date system instead of a 4-digit one because, hey, for the last...
By then I bet we'll have reptilian overlords.
Oh, we will.
But it comes down to learning from the past, and I don't think we've learned from the past.
Well, I mean, let's see, 1,000 years of darkness, 1,000 years of religious persecution. 1,000 years of Rome, 1,000 years of China,
and we still haven't learned.
Well, I mean, at least we're getting better. You have to admit that we're getting better.
We still are clinging to primitive thinking.
Well, we're getting better. You gotta admit, we're getting.
Yeah,
better.
we are getting better, but it's such a slow process, and that's where our education needs to change. Really.
Well, education is for the future.
Yeah, it is for the future, but when we're stuck in this rut that America's in, America's like one of the worst countries in this rut, I think, because we're producing really stupid kids. I mean, I'm not trying to call like SirStrife stupid or anything, but I mean, kids don't really know how to problem solve. I mean, that's where I think we're running into the biggest problem.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm the brightest kid on the block, but I would say I'm pretty damn bright compared to other people I've known I've met. Like, I mean, I mean, heck, this guy thought that um okay. Like I know
But
someone
see,
who
what's
thought
the value in education?
someone
Kids
thought
make
Central America was a continent. That's how stupid somebody
Mm.
was.
Well, to be honest, it's not necessarily stupidity. I mean, we all turn around and bash creationists and turn around and say that you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid. And we're talking now about kids. Well, they're not as bright as they were in our generation. And the truth is they are. They
Oh yeah,
are
they
just
definitely
as
are.
bright as they are. However, they're misinformed or they're... It, yeah, it comes down
It's
to the
that
religious
fast
thing,
food
isn't it?
mentality. It's the
It's
fast food mentality.
and it's down also to the mentality of, well, let's let them decide. Let's teach them all the things and let them decide. No, education is not like that. Education is not I'm going to give you all the bullshit notions and the true one, and I'm going to let you figure out or let you choose which one is actually true. Now, I mean, when they turn around and saying teach the controversy or teach both theories and saying let the kids decide, no, that's wrong.
No,
Absolutely.
because kids don't they do not have the capacity to make that decision. I mean, some adults don't have that capacity to make that decision.
Yeah,
I
it's education is not a democracy. And
no,
when you see the creationist movement as well, that what they're talking about constantly, the educational and academic freedom of teachers. Yeah, I can see
But
educational and
but
academic freedom
the
of
thing is
teachers
though,
in universities
the thing
and
is though, the
researchers.
teachers are paid to do a certain curriculum, and they're not supposed to deviate from said curriculum because they're paid to be, for example, a biologist teacher is paid to be a biologist, not paid to be a creationist.
Yeah, they are paid to teach a curriculum. They're paid to teach what is on that list of things to be taught. They're not paid to turn around and go
But
outside
that's
that
what the thing.
box
That's what those
and...
bills. That's what those bills think that they work though. They're like, oh well, you can't fire these people for teaching things that are different than what the curriculum says because of this academic freedom bill. That means they
well,
could do whatever the fuck they want, but you still pay them. So what's the point of hiring them if they're just going to do this? You know,
well,
just
here's what a lot of people don't realize. It's like, okay, let's take my field for instance, physics. Um, yes, I had I have to go through many years of school to get to where I'm at right now. I mean, a lot of schooling, okay? And in order for me to get my doctorate, I have to come up with the original ideal. But those original ideals have to fall within a certain parameter and has to be plausible under the certain uh, curriculum that we have right now. So in order for me to come out with a theory, I have to understand all the years of college that I've had, okay? And then I have to take all those years of college, come up with one theory that kind of sums up all my education and my understanding. And that's what the theory is actually about, is my understanding of all those past years of schooling. And if I was to do that in my first year of school, I would have no grasp whatsoever of what's possible and what isn't in the physics community. And I could make a theory that's as outrageous as a pink unicorn is floating around in space and you just can't see him. I mean, I could make that assumption, but it would be completely wrong, and I would lack complete no understanding of how actually physics works, or how the English language works, or what our past history has taught us. I wouldn't have any of that in there. And a lot of these kids are at the point where they can make these snap fast food decisions, as I call them, and they can make quick assumptions without understanding the whole entirety of a subject. So they can pretty much come up with anything and then just move on quickly. Oh, well, okay, maybe I was wrong, whatever. And then they just move on and they don't learn anything from it.
Well, you're now starting to get situations where education authorities or school boards or whatever you want to call them over where you are, are now passing legislation that says that it is, you cannot now mark down a paper. So if you give an assignment to your students and you get a student that hands in a paper, so the paper, say, for instance, about the age of the Earth or
and
geology
they
or
can write
biology,
down their own belief of what the answer is.
and the teacher cannot mark it wrong,
Yeah,
even
so
if it
pretty
is demonstrably fucking rubbish.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid because like saying, oh, that means 5 plus 5 is 20 because my religious belief says so.
Yeah, it is. They're coming up with things that are demonstrably wrong, and the teacher is not allowed to correct them.
And that is
not
wrong.
Because their feelings will be hurt, and their religious beliefs will be impinged upon. It's crazy, and this is where you're going down. This is where
you're on that slippery slope where the kids are dictating what is actually going on, even though they have no grasp of what is actually going on. And that's
kids don't know. Kids are learning for a reason. Kids don't know what they're going to learn because they don't know what they're going to learn. Right?
I take the Strife. Me and Strife talk about physics all the time.
Yeah, I don't have.
Strife has a very limited grasp of physics.
But I try to learn. I try to understand it.
Oh, that's what I was getting to. But Strife doesn't do what I see a lot of people doing. Strife doesn't make shit up, and he tries to understand what I'm talking about, and he strives for that. A lot of kids don't do that, and that's one of the reasons why I respect Strife so much, is because he does strive for that. He does try to push himself. And if more kids were like Strife, I think our education system wouldn't be in the situation that it's in right now.
Buttering me up won't make me like you more.
Well, it has nothing about buttering me.
I know, but it just sounded like that.
I mean, that is the simple truth of it. You do strive to try to understand.
Well, because I like to learn. I think learning is a passion, and learning is great. I mean, heck, if you did not have anything to learn, what's the point of getting up out of bed, in a sense?
Yeah. And this is where religious education stifles it, because when the answer is God did it, and the answer is God did it to everything, then you don't need to try and understand it, because God did it, and God is mysterious, and I don't question God.
And the other thing is, and as you just stated, it isn't even that God did it. This is what I believe. Whether it's right or wrong, this is how it is.
Like, remember what Ken Ham said? He's like, who should you trust who's always been there? The scientist? No, God. Because God says it. Pretty much. You seen the clip of Ken Ham with those children in the audience?
That kind of stuff, it just sets my teeth on edge. When I see that. I mean, I did a video, it got about 20,000 views, and it was all about how cats have teeth. And they've got teeth for ripping the ass off antelope and mice and stuff like that. They're carnivores. And it was done on the basis that I'd seen a video by Wildwood Clare, who was critiquing Ian Juby, of all people, YouTube's resident arsehole. And
he's not the worst. You have to give him that. Don't. He's not the worst. He's not the best, but he's not the worst.
He's not the worst, but what he does that a lot of creationists on YouTube don't do is he goes around to schools and he gives lectures to children. And there's one clip that I saw where he holds up a tooth from a dinosaur, from a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and says, "Do you think that dinosaurs ate meat?" And all the kids in the audience looked at this dirty, great, big, sharp tooth, and all went, "Yes!" And he went, "Well, my Bible says they didn't, and I trust my Bible, and you should trust the Bible. And the dinosaurs ate vegetables because my Bible says it so."
Did you see the video of this guy with a machete saying, "Oh, just like a machete cuts down plants, it's good for eating meat"? I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. Who?
Well, there was a study done just recently. I forget who did the study. But they found that mob mentality actually dictates how you answer your questions. And this is actually what I found really fascinating about the study is they took like several hundred people and did this study with them. And what they found was they'd take one person and they would put them in a room with 20 people, okay? And the 20 people that were in there with them would all answer the incorrect answer. And what they found was within asking 2 questions incorrectly, that they would automatically answer whatever the group said was right. They would ask stuff like, which line is the longest? And they would have 4 lines there, and everybody in the room would pick a a medium one, or a short one, but they would all answer that. They'd answer it incorrectly. And what they found was the first question they would go against the grain. By the second question, they would immediately answer whatever the rest of the group answered as correct. And they did this over and over again. And what they found was that no matter who you are, you're more likely to agree than to disagree because you want to fit in. And that's where we're getting to, is that if we're allowing just one person to dictate what the rest of the group is thinking and it's incorrect, it's going to start spreading, and that's just not healthy for our scientific community.
Well, it's like, you're guiding sheep.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, like with my talks with you, I kind of go against some of the things that you do, but I also argue with you. Remember, I don't go. Like,
yes. I know you do.
I don't submit to what you say 100%. I mean, I agree, but I don't know as much as you do. But I acknowledge that. But also, I say that maybe my understanding could possibly overtake yours because possibly you don't know something I do.
And I admit that too.
It could be. I mean, most likely not, but it could happen.
We're not all absolute authorities. We do all make mistakes. We are fallible, and I don't know who's was it. We were having for the audience. We were having a discussion earlier on about peer review, and I think it might have been yourself who was saying that. I don't agree with the way that peer review works, but yeah, peer review in a way is one of the best methods we've got of breaking.
I was saying. Like,
that was me.
I brought up peer review. Like, is that the thing that would change in 1,000 years?
And I think it's something that does need to be changed. I think that we need to take peer review out of the eyes of the public and actually be in whatever field it is.
Well, isn't it?
No, it really isn't.
Well, I'm saying, like, who can actually critique it and stuff is the.
I think the people in the field that actually hold the knowledge in that field should be the ones critiquing it. I don't think that the public should be allowed to decide whether it's correct or not. It should be the scientists who actually make that decision. Like people in the physics community should be the ones critiquing my paper, not some gas station. Right. Well, somebody who never took a physics class. I'm not saying that somebody who's never taken a physics class cannot make contributions, because we've seen in the past that some people do have a good understanding, but they have to demonstrate that in some way to be able to make a critique. And nowadays, anybody can critique any work, whether they know about it or not, and that is just not healthy.
You mean kind of like the co-conspirators and stuff like that?
Right.
You mean like the guys who say, oh, the World Trade Center was an inside job, or reptilians are ruling the government, or...
It's because, the reason I say that...
More importantly, the climate science debates.
It's
really driven this way, in that science will be saying one thing, however, the sensationalist stuff, it ends up in the press. And then you get the likes of the Lord Monktons of this world, who will go along citing the popular press articles that are actually written by people that either have an agenda or just don't understand what they're talking about.
Wait, is Lord Malton's stuff in education? Because I honestly don't know, but I just know that I've seen potholders reviewed of him, but I mean, he's a British guy. He's not American. Like, I've never heard of him until Potholder brought him up.
He used to be, at one point, the shadow science secretary or science minister for the UK Independence Party, who were vying for positions in Parliament. So they do have some impact in dictating policies. It's one of those loony fringe parties that you could argue. I'm sure that the UK Independence Party won't argue that they're loony fringe, but they're one of the small parties that probably haven't got a prayer of ever forming a government while I'm still alive, but they could find themselves as part of a coalition and therefore be able to actually dictate government policy. Yet their policy is that there's no such thing as man-made climate change. There is climate change, but it's not caused by humans. That's just as bad as having religious fundamentalists in the government.
Well, I mean, honestly, between the, I mean, climate change is something that could affect us now. I mean, just as badly as like fundamentalists in government can change our education. Except,
It's got past the point of could. It is. I mean,
okay, okay.
you will have seen New York being ending up underwater.
Well, it did. It did this year. Did you know that?
Yeah.
No, wait, last year. It was last year.
Yeah. The fact
here's the problem with climate change. Okay, we're not absolutely sure that we're actually the number one cause of that, because I mean we've been studying it for a while now, and you have two different fields. You have the field that actually is down in Antarctica looking at our past CO2 levels, and they're saying that this is no different than anything in the past. This is a cycle that the Earth is going in, that the Earth goes through, and that we're not really affecting it as much. Then you have people that aren't in that field that make their own predictions, and they are looking at over the last short period of time, the last 100 years, and they're like, oh, this is horrible. And then you have people so you have all these varying viewpoints, and then you get somebody that's like a senator who looks at a study here, a study there, and then all of a sudden we have global warming.
And they also usually have somebody perched on their shoulder from a vested interest.
Right.
Who's paying them.
And at this point, we really do not know whether it's true or not, because nobody's really sat down and actually looked at every single area that are saying it is happening, it isn't happening.
Well, I mean, from what
and we need to get not just one person doing it. We need a whole field developed to that, and who actually sit down and read all the research and all the data that's coming out about that, and then we need to make a conclusion. We're making conclusions based on half the data, or not even. I don't think any of us have even seen probably 1% of the data, and to be able to actually make a conclusion from that we're going through a weather change or it's man-made. None of us can actually say that.
Well,
I don't think anybody's seen the data.
Well, Chris, we could tell from experiences like tropical storms are getting more extreme. The world
not necessarily. That's the whole thing. We have a very limited view on weather. It hasn't been logged for but a couple of hundred years. I mean, I wouldn't even say a couple of hundred years. I mean, like, what, 120, 130 years?
Well, we've been mapping hurricanes for about 50 years.
Okay, so 50 years. That's not a long enough time to sit there and say that they're being more severe throughout all of the history of the Earth. We cannot honestly say that.
We're not talking about the history. And that's a lot of people in that
field that say that. We honestly cannot say, okay, over the last 50 years, yes, we've seen a lot more hurricanes, but does that mean that man is doing it? We can't honestly say that.
Well, Chris, I mean, this is the thing I've noticed. It seems like to me, the whole thing that we're still in an ice age. I mean, this is what I've heard. Like, we're still in an ice age because we have ice caps. There's been periods of time on Earth where there were no ice caps, right?
Yeah. No, that's kind of. I guess.
We're in an ice age because we still have ice caps. Is that a good explanation why I would call it an ice age?
No, because Antarctica hasn't completely disappeared. I don't think in a few 100 million years.
Around I think it was 65 million years ago. It was frozen. Right?
Okay, yeah. I mean, so that.
But before that, it was freaking.
That's a long time to be in an ice age there, SirStrife. So I mean, that's kind of positioning. I mean, the ice caps are now at the top and the bottom, and they don't always have direct sunlight. So, I mean, we can't really judge whether we're in ice.
Okay, I misspoke. Okay, but this cycle of ice ages we've had, like the ice caps going in and out from the north to the south, going, retreating and, advancing. We have had that cycle happen from the last 10,000 years ago. We've been in a warm period, right?
Yeah, and then and I believe it's 18.
We had a little ice age.
We had a little ice age in the 1800s.
I think it was before that. I think it was like in the. I think it was
1700s to the 1800s. I think it was late.
I think it was way before that actually. I think it was like the 1000 A.D. till then.
No, I don't think it was that long.
I think it was because why?
I think it's only a couple of hundred years. Isn't?
That is a couple of hundred, but okay.
That's more than a couple of hundred.
How much is a couple?
2 or 3.
Okay, but yes, but pretty much we've been through periods of warm and cold, but now we're going through periods of heat.
Yeah.
And we've been pretty much
Exceptional heat.
burning the Earth's storage of carbon, burning it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been basically taking the carbon that's been locked up in the Earth's atmosphere for the last 300
no, you
million
mean in
years.
the Earth, right? You mean in the Earth, not the atmosphere.
Well, no, sorry, yeah, the atmosphere. We've been taking the
carbon from
that's been
organisms.
locked up within the Earth's crust for the last 300 million years, and we're now
I
releasing
would say
it.
400.
Yeah,
No,
we're now releasing
it depends on who you ask. It really depends on who you ask, Strife.
I mean, I'm just saying the Carnivician is when we would say the carbon.
I'm taking an average.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to be precise on this. I mean, I understand what you're saying, though. Go on, Paul.
Yeah, and we're taking all that carbon that's been sequestered for all those hundreds of millions of years, and we're releasing it into the atmosphere over the space of a couple of centuries. And we're not expecting there to be an effect. And we're expecting the planet to just suck it up. And when it's taken several 100 million years to actually put it there in the first place.
Well, here's the problem that I've seen, and some of the studies I've seen, is that like our cattle actually produce more of an effect on our atmosphere than actually the CO2 released into the atmosphere. So I mean, it all depends on what aspect you're looking at.
You mean
yes,
however, when
I
you're
do
looking
agree
at
that yes, we would have some effect on our atmosphere. But
hang on a minute.
you got to look at the security of it.
When you're talking about cattle, they're taking carbon that was within the lifetime of that cow in the atmosphere, and it was sequestered into plants, into grass, and those cattle are then they're then digesting that carbon that was in the atmosphere, and it's being used to build that plant. And they're taking that carbon, they're breaking it down, or rather the bacteria in the cow's digestive system is breaking it down and releasing it as methane. It was already in the atmosphere. What we're talking about with man-made global change is global climate change is that we're taking carbon that was in the atmosphere.
Same argument
300 million years ago
about we were destroying all of our rainforests, and that we're cutting all these trees down, and that it's going to have a direct impact on our planet, and that we're not going to have enough oxygen. We were having this exact same argument back then, and what we found out was that trees actually don't even account for most of the oxygen in our atmosphere. It's algae that actually produces 80% of our oxygen. Most people don't even realize that. But
well, algae doesn't exactly.
And we don't even have a complete view of it. And that's what I'm saying is we're arguing about something we don't even have a complete view of, and we don't really understand. And I think that we need to step back like we did in the 70s, in the 60s and the 70s, and start looking at what effect does this actually have. And we're not doing that. What we're doing is we're just assuming we know that it's going to have an effect, and we're just assuming that that effect's going to be negative, and we're also assuming that the impact's going to be devastating, like we assumed in the 60s and 70s that destroying all these rainforests to provide homes and shelters for all the people of the world,
and paper,
that it's going to have a really negative impact, when in fact the impact was almost negligible. And you're sitting there, and it was in the 70s. It was reasons why we weren't housing third world countries. Now we're looking at a whole nother part where what we're doing affects these third world countries in such a way that it can actually be devastating. We're not allowing them to grow at the rate we are because we're sitting there saying, well, we'll just do the experiment over in their country. They can't have cars. They can't have this. They can't have that. And go ahead and announce who just came in.
Yeah. Hello, Josh. The topic is religion and education, and I think we should go back on it because somehow we dragged on to.
Well, no, this is part of that.
Saving the rainforest. I don't see how it relates to it exactly.
It does. I'm talking about we need to educate people on this stuff.
Saving the rainforest?
Yeah. Well, no, not saving the rainforest. About the weather changes instead of just assuming we know.
It relates to it in that in a lot of the religious education bills that are going before state senates, not only are they talking about teaching creation in the classroom, they're also talking about not teaching man-made climate change. Or that
and cloning. Don't forget cloning.
And cloning, right? So it is one of the subjects that they're talking about that is in effect anti-science, because there is a lot of science that supports it. There's also a lot of science that comes out of paid interests that is used to rebut it. It's you could go on with
the green movement's a huge movement. I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar movement, and it's made some great advancements, like heating. We found a whole new way to heat, and it's actually a lot cheaper. And yeah, there are some good things that came out of it, but the negative impact is the cost is still up there to the point that these third world countries couldn't do it even if they wanted to. And we're trying to hold the whole world to the standard of we need to not make an impact when it's so expensive not to make an impact. And we're sitting there going, these third world countries have to do what we say, and they can't even afford to do it. And we're not looking at it from a pure science. If we were actually had absolute proof that we were making an impact, like we do with tearing down the rainforests, we know that the impact was negligible, but we still act like it's not. I mean, we still act like it is. And that's what I'm talking about. They got it so ingrained into their heads that cutting down the rainforests are bad, even though I'm not agreeing that we should go down and cut down every freaking tree. But you have that PR put into it, and we're teaching kids that it's bad to cut down trees. It's bad to do this. And mostly because it's beautiful. That's the whole reason why they don't want the rainforest cut down, because it doesn't have the impact that we say that it does. And that's poor education on our part. Like I said, and they do it because they say we're going to run out of oxygen. Well, I hate to tell you this, most of our oxygen that gets put back into our atmospheres comes from algae. We've proven that. 80% of our oxygen comes from algae growth. Not from our trees, not from plants, not from any of that. And that's just poor education on our part. And we need to really start educating ourselves better and actually making those switches and transitions over. Because all we're doing is hindering portions of our population who cannot grow and keep up economically with ours because we can change like that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see your argument. Don't necessarily agree with it, but I see your argument. Anyway, we need to talk to Josh.
I just want to... what's your end of it? I mean...
I would say that, we are having an impact on there. The rainforest is not so much as just we'll run out of oxygen. It's also a significant carbon sink. There's a significant amount of biomass, and cutting down all that biomass and all those trees does not, and replacing it with maize does not replace the carbon sink that you're actually losing, especially when you then have to fertilize the ground after a couple of years because it's lost its nutrient because you've gone and over-farmed it and basically knackered the land.
That's a whole other argument.
and
prove you on that.
And that's what's happening. They are cutting down all those
natural resources, and that's something we should really take seriously.
And also, remember, the endangered species we have could be used for medical research. Right?
To a certain extent, we don't actually know that was propaganda that the cure for cancer should be there.
There isn't really Sean Connery sat in the jungle somewhere protecting butterflies that are going to get bulldozed next week. It doesn't work like that, really.
No.
Okay, well, we're killing a species that has survived for as long as life has been around.
Right.
We're trimming down biodiversity. Yep. And however you're trimming down biodiversity, you're losing genes from the planet.
Well, we're losing family trees also. Who knows where they would have gone? Kind of like if you kill this kid, will it be the next Einstein? Except, if we kill this species, will it be the next sapien? I mean, a sentient species?
Yeah. But if you take it from that point of view, we can't really kill or eat anything. We'd end up starving in the end.
Well, I mean, we have to eat organic compounds. That's a given.
You're also got to bear in mind that the ecosystem is a finely tuned thing. I'm probably using exactly the wrong terminology for an atheist, but it is finely balanced, and
I think it's I would use that.
It's on a needle's edge, I would say.
Yeah, and it's a finely balanced thing, and increases or decreases of a certain thing in a certain part of the ecosystem can have knock-on effects that down the line are quite significant. And chopping down a large chunk of the forests in South America, that's going to have quite an impact. It's certainly going to have an impact on weather cycles. If the Amazon rainforest turns into
I agree with
the Midwest and just nothing but fields of corn and maize, then suddenly you're going to have problems.
A dust bowl. You're going to have another dust bowl.
You have another dust bowl.
Actually, what we found out was in the late 80s, we built these things in I think it was Alaska that changed they're just huge structures, and they wanted to see how it would affect the weather patterns. And what they found out was that the effect on the weather patterns were pretty devastating to Russia, because this jet stream was flowing through there, and they shifted it just enough. They actually ended up having to tear it down.
That's funny. Take that, you damn dirty Soviets.
Yeah, they got really pissed at us. But it caused a mini famine in Russia because we were messing with the jet streams by making these huge superstructures. And I can't say it's in Alaska. I think it's somewhere up north. But
in Siberia?
No, it was here. It was in the North American region.
I mean, if you look at the Caspian Sea, for instance, in order to provide irrigation water for I can't remember, some of the southern Soviet states, they diverted the tributaries for the Caspian Sea. So now the Caspian Sea is virtually dried up. It's a lake now. You have quaysides and boats sat in the middle of the desert that's 50, 60 miles from the water's edge. It's gone that far. And that's simply by putting a dam across a river. It's had that kind of impact, and it's basically desertifying, turning the entire region where the Caspian Sea is into a desert. You have things like the Himalayas. If it wasn't for the Himalayas, I mean, I know, it's a big mountain range. We've got no control over those. But if it wasn't for the Himalayas, there would be no monsoon over the Indian subcontinent, over southern Asia, none whatsoever.
Right.
That would change.
We need to tear them down. If we tear them down, we change the jet stream, and we might even end up with worse situations. We just don't. I mean, we don't even understand our weather patterns enough to know. I mean, we know that it would not cause monsoons, but it could have devastating effects to where we wouldn't be pushing rain where it's needed. I mean, that's something that we need to really look at.
The problem is, though, there's not enough water to go around. Also, we have like think of this. Like think of I think the Caspian Sea, isn't that where the nuclear radioactivity went from Chernobyl? If I remember correctly.
No, it's too far south from that.
Or is that there's some sea?
Aral Sea, yeah. Somebody, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that thing. Like, look at that. Look what that has done to the communities there. It pretty much caused the children to become mutated. I think it was. They were born with, I think it was out limbs.
Yeah, I think Chernobyl's too far north. This is
West. I mean east.
East of Turkey somewhere.
Isn't that the sea that Hitler couldn't get past? Wait. Isn't that near the Caucasus?
No. It's. Let me find it. I
think it's near the Caucasus. I think. I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Aral Sea. Yeah. No. It's the Aral Sea. My mistake. Yeah. Stand absolutely corrected.
So is that the sea that's near the Chernobyl or no?
No, it's not. It's nowhere near.
No.
It's Kazakhstan.
Thank you, educated.
It's north of Turkestan. It's in Kazakhstan. It is east of the Caspian Sea. That's where I got mixed up. Well done, educated gadfly. Thank you. I stand corrected. Give that man a gold star.
How about we give him a thumbs up?
We'll give him a thumbs up. Let's find a thumbs up in the thing. But yeah, spot on. He picked me out. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Debunked.
Proven wrong on the show.
But he knew what I was talking about. So there you go.
Yes, that's great. I mean, you got your point across, and at least he was able to discern what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Which is great. And that's what this is all about. Is not all of us have exact information, and we need people like educated who can go, oh, aren't you talking about this, and correct us. So we're not putting out false information, which is great. I mean, that's absolutely wonderful that somebody noticed that, and we were actually able to come up and say, yeah, we were wrong. I mean, I think that's awesome. I mean, I love being corrected. If I'm wrong, I like being corrected. And I think you're the same way, Paul, aren't you?
Absolutely. I'd rather be right than surefire, smug in my own self-satisfied knowledge that I'm right, and actually be wrong. I'd rather actually be corrected.
Well, let's turn it over to Josh, and let's get his views on education.
Yeah, Josh has been quiet this whole time.
I know he came in, and I'm pretty sure he had something to say about it, so let's let him talk for a few minutes.
Go,
hey,
Josh.
Hey, on education?
Yes.
Because we've been really going in and out on education, it seems.
Oh, what are we talking about?
Religion and education. Like, like the teach the controversy bills, the academic freedom, intelligent design, any of those things you can go into.
I think they have no place in the school. I think, I guess, if you're using it to from a literary perspective, then it's all right to learn. But I don't think any of it should be in schools, other than.
What effect do you think it's going to have?
None at all. I think people can still do this outside of school. There's no.
Do you think that teaching that will actually hinder our kids in any way?
Yes. If you're teaching like intelligent design, yes, I do.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, is whether it's a hindrance or whether there is no problem with it. That's kind of what we're talking about.
No, it is a hindrance. We need to get rid of it out of schools, out of government.
Okay, over to Paul.
But, yeah, the effects of it. Yeah, when we're teaching intelligent design, you're also teaching all the baggage that comes with that, because it starts off as intelligent design, and intelligent design then within school. You're teaching intelligent design within school, and we've also got to bear in mind that
who intelligent designed it, you have to have an answer.
Absolutely, and we're looking at this from the point of view that kids only get taught in school. They don't. They get a significant amount of information off their parents, off their friends, off their family, and other organizations that they interact with. That might be Sunday school, that might be church, and in some of these areas where, yes, they're being taught in school that this is, intelligent design.
Lewis, can
you mute the chat room?
Yeah. The school itself does not, when they're teaching intelligent design, does not have to specify who the designer is, because they get that information elsewhere. They will get that information from Sunday school, and they'll get it verified, and they'll get it reinforced by their parents and their family and their friends.
Well, the problem is, in school, though, whenever they're talking about it, kids are going to want to know those questions, and they're going to ask it, and you have to come up with a legitimate answer to that.
Yeah, and the legitimate legal answer that the teachers will be able to say. The teacher will not be allowed legally to turn around and say, well, yeah, God done it. They still will.
Yep.
Right? Or they may just ask the question, well, who do you think it is then? With a big nod and a look up. But another impact of this, and a significant impact of this, is that places where they're trying to do this are already significantly conservative. I mean, we've got to bear in mind that the religious right has a significant influence on the Republican Party in the US. And if you start teaching the kids in those areas that, God is right, and it's only a small step to turn around and say that this is the party of God, and you should be voting for them. So it's no surprise that you're finding that Republicans, more than ever, and certainly the conservative right, are trying to get this kind of doctrine taught in schools, because it will have an impact, not necessarily straight away, but 10, 15 years down the line.
Yep.
With the vote Republican, it locks it in, because you don't want to vote for the evil Democrats because they want to take prayer out of schools.
Right.
Yeah, and it hasn't, and that kind of thing has an impact when certainly they're wanting to do the kind of shit that they're wanting to do right now, which is raise taxes for the middle class and lower class, and cut taxes for the uber rich.
Religion usually preaches that you shouldn't stand up and fight for anything. It teaches that you should be like everybody else, that you shouldn't go against the grain. It keeps us subversive. It keeps us kind of lamb-like, where we just go with the flow, and that is not healthy for our nation, and it kind of puts us in a situation where our kids just kind of do whatever the government tells them to. There is no innovation, and we're actually starting to see that, where our government's starting to stagnate out, especially in America, and our economy's starting to stumble and starting to get to the point where the bubble's crashing in on us, and that's not good.
Yeah, you get places like Texas, where the Texas Republicans actually put in their party platform that they were against critical thinking and teaching critical thinking skills. And critical thinking isn't just about criticizing religion. It isn't just about criticizing evolution and climate change and stem cell research. It's also about manufacturing a docile, manipulatable
workforce
population that do not know how to question the bullshit that you can come out with. They cannot analyze it critically and spot the holes in it. They are taught to, this is what you have to think. Now go away and serve fries, and that is not good. That is not good. America is strong on its innovation. It always has been. It's always
but we're
been
stumbling now.
You're falling behind to countries like China,
Yep.
who will turn around and throw oodles of cash into education to educate their illiterate agrarian base of a population, so that they can make mobile phones. I mean, a generation or two ago, these were people that were working in paddy fields and knocking rocks out of hillsides. Now they're putting mobile phones together. Those are all jobs that a generation or two ago would have been in the US.
I mean, the USA used to be the superpower of the world. I mean, not to be imperialist, I guess, but we used to be the superpower of the world, pretty much, it seemed, right?
Yeah.
I mean, after World War II, but then all that shit happened with Russia and stuff, and I guess that whole thing caused our economics to crash because we used all our money to beat them in the space race. Also, go ahead.
That's a whole nother issue.
But I mean,
why our economy's crashing.
Yeah, but Lewis, you have anything to contribute?
Lewis?
I just got here, so I'm kind of just trying to catch up on what y'all are talking about.
The topic is religion and education, and we'll go wherever you go now, pretty much. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah, we're jumping around all over the place. Go with the flow.
Yeah. So let Lewis decide where we go.
Well, as someone who lives in Texas, where we've recently, they tried to pass a bill where they would basically force the textbooks to change what they say in them, basically to a more conservative point of view, leaving out certain important people such as Thomas Jefferson, for God's sake. And this is a problem nationwide because many textbooks just print what the textbooks for Texas say, because Texas is a very big recipient of these textbooks. So basically, whichever way Texas goes with its education, so goes the country. At least the public schools do. And I mean, I just feel that it's really dangerous what these Republicans are trying to do and trying to get Jesus being taught in, it's so hypocritical to me that these people will say, like, we need to have a sticker on the front of biology textbook that says that evolution is just a theory. And at the same time, these motherfuckers want the Bible to be taught in school, a book which has absolutely no historical backing. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Not no historical backing, but it's
very little.
Extremely limited. And from someone who has a history degree, I can tell you that the history in the Bible is almost non-existent. They get some major points like, Egypt is a country. Yeah, okay, that's right. But besides that, everything in the Bible is just completely ludicrous from a historical or any standpoint. I just think it's very hypocritical for these people to be demanding these absurd things, and then when you turn it on them, they get all pissed off and offended. That's where I'm coming from with that.
Well, go ahead, Paul.
From the history books, if you want to compare the Bible and Spider-Man, there's actually more historical proof for the existence of Spider-Man. In the fact that Spider-Man lives in New York City and actually follows some of the
laws of physics.
Yeah, follows the laws of physics, and although he's got these long webs that sometimes hang on to nothing, but at least follows in some extent current events.
It is physically possible, technically. You could make like spider web, spider string that is as strong to lift a man. They make Teflon, so I mean.
Yeah.
Is that right, Teflon? Is that the thing that's from spiders, I think?
No, that's from that. I can't remember where Teflon's from. I know that they developed it in the Apollo space program or something along those lines as a heat shield or something. I can't remember exactly what.
Chris, do you know?
Say that again?
What is the thing that they made from spider silk? That fiber.
Nanotubes. Are you talking about nanotubes?
That's from spider webs?
Silk.
That's from spider webs?
Yeah, silk's from...
No, that's from caterpillars, dude.
Yeah, it's caterpillars.
I don't know what the hell you're even talking about. Sorry.
Some gene from spiders. I think we inject into a sheep. I think it was, and we made something.
Oh yes, it makes spider silk in its milk. They inserted spider genes.
Yeah, that's biology. Sorry, I don't know anything about biology.
They inserted the silk genes from a spider into sheep, and they now and the sheep milk. Into goats. Into goats, and the goat's milk has got spider silk in it, so they can essentially filter the stuff out and make spider silk. Yeah. Which makes excellent bulletproof vests.
Yes, like that. We can make it strong enough to be bulletproof, then it's not that far of a leap, I would say, to make it strong enough to lift a man to do that shit, make it like a rope.
Yeah. Well, that's also because a by weight ratio, spider's webbing is 3 times stronger than steel.
Yeah.
So yes, if a person made spider silk, which I don't want to know if it came from the guy's ass, because I would think that would make sense if you go by that logic, right?
Yeah. Well,
yes.
If guys did it, but yeah, it is secreted, and they got the goats to secrete it in their milk.
Also, you have to remember that in the comic and in the new movie, they did it more accurately. In the comics and in the movie, Spider-Man does not use actual webbing. He has a synthetic polymer thing that's developed by Oscorp, which is just a tensile, like a very, very strong type of tensile rope. So it's not actually webbing. It's just like some artificial thing. But honestly, we're getting a little bit off topic.
Yes, but it was related to the whole spider thing.
Yeah.
But go on with the whole. Lewis, lead us, be our Messiah.
Yeah.
This
Cows can do it as
bothers
well.
me. This is something that bothers me is that I don't know if any of you guys watch the History Channel.
The Bible's on right now.
It's on right now. I was actually watching it before you. I just got home.
My parents are watching. I'm like, really? Like seriously, History Channel's going down the toilet.
Well, I said 2 weeks ago when the first episode aired, I said that, and to be fair, it is very well done.
Well, I mean, it's like that show. God, it's like the Walking Dead, except it's from the History Channel.
Not really, but
Okay. That other show, the show that was with the railroad, what was that show on History on AMC? That was like it.
No idea.
Oh no, the one that was the Macaws and the McCoys, that was on History, that show.
Oh, the Hatfields and the McCoys. Yeah, pretty much it's just like that.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, it's similar to that.
And what I had said was that I said that it was actually very well done, and I can't wait to see what History Channel does with other works of fiction. I can't wait to see what they do with Harry Potter and Twilight. I think they'll do a phenomenal job with those too.
No, wait, you ever seen the show Dragons: The Legend Come Alive?
No.
It's like saying, hey, dinosaurs were dragons. Like, just...
I'm really looking forward to the History Channel doing the Quran. I think we're going to be waiting a couple of centuries for that.
This is what bothers me. Why is this on the History Channel?
Yeah, I know. I don't get that either.
It's about history, and they or it's supposed to be about history. I guess they shit down
Remember, the History Channel used to be about history.
When they had ancient aliens and ice road truckers and that shit.
Well,
The problem here is that they're trying to pass that off, what happened in the Bible, as historical fact. Even biblical historians who are Christians will say, no, this never happened. There is no evidence that the Jews, for example, the first one that aired 2 weeks ago, and I didn't see last week, but the one that aired 2 weeks ago was, they went from the flood of Noah, Adam and Eve, until where Moses leads out of Egypt. Now, there is absolutely zero evidence that there were Jews in Egypt around the time where Moses was supposed to.
Well, Lewis, this explains the History Channel in a nutshell. If you look on the blog TV, you will see this image. You guys see it?
No, I don't.
Give it a sec.
I'm opening it now, though.
Okay, yeah, I can see something coming along.
Oh yeah, Hitler history.
Her. I mean, that pretty much is the. So let's see. What's another H? Hittite. Let's do. Okay, the next one's Hittite.
I mean, to be fair, at least when it was the Hitler channel, at least Hitler was a historical figure, and to be honest, he was one of the more interesting historical figures in recent history. He was fucking crazy.
Well, I mean, honestly...
But he is interesting, and at least that's history. What they're passing off now is not history.
Well, we have Pawn Stars, which I don't understand why that's history. I mean, sure, the artifacts have some historical sentimental value, but really?
Well, out of every show that is on the History Channel right now, Pawn Stars is probably the one that has the most to do with history. Because at least, like you said, they do bring in a lot of really cool shit. A lot of cool historical artifacts.
But you notice that everybody that was on Pawn Stars practically now has their show, Like the guy that's the motorcycle guy. The guy who's the...
I really hate that.
What?
I really hate that.
You hate that everyone in Las Vegas on the same strip, I bet not even like 5 miles away from each other, all are on the same show, like 5 people. It's like, really? I mean, I don't know. I miss dogfights. I miss the Enterprise. I miss. Okay, this was Discovery, but Walking with Dinosaurs was epic as a kid. I remember that show.
When History Channel has a show, and not just has a show, but it spent $3 million during not this year's Super Bowl, but last year's Super Bowl, to advertise swamp people. I literally lost shit. No, I'm dead serious. I'm not kidding. I'm laughing. I'm not kidding. I had a spaz attack in the middle of a friend's house while I was watching the Super Bowl because I honestly could not believe what I had just seen, that the History Channel had spent $3 million for a 30-second commercial for swamp people.
Wait, remember Deadliest Catch? Or was that the hit Discovery?
Yeah, that was Discovery Channel.
What is on History? They had... Was Axeman History? Was Axeman History?
Ice Road Truckers.
Oh yeah, that show was okay. I mean, even though it had nothing to do with history, it was entertaining.
The only thing that had anything to do with history on that were the trucks that didn't make it and ended up under the ice.
Yeah,
they were history, definitely.
I mean, the funny thing is, thanks to the best thing in history when I was still in high school was, which actually helped me pass history with U.S. history with an A+ without even reading my book, was America: The Story of Us. Remember that show?
That one was actually really good. I had surgery over the holiday break, and I was in the hospital for a few days. And that show was on the History Channel. They were marathoning that shit. I was watching that.
It was really good, wasn't it?
That was one of the last few. The Hatfield and McCoy thing was good. I haven't seen the thing about the Vikings. I don't really plan on doing so.
Oh, you mean the really old thing, which was the Conquerors, the Vikings, remember Battles BC?
No. The thing about the Vikings, they have a little Viking miniseries going on right now. It airs like right after the Bible shit.
I mean, what's with these shows now? It's like becoming like History Channel's now becoming like AMC. Like what the hell?
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, History 2 still has Ancient Aliens. You know that, right? Ancient Aliens is still alive and kicking.
Is that guy with the funny haircut? I don't want to say it's aliens, but it's aliens.
The guy's hair is extraterrestrial. Every season it gets weirder and weirder.
Yeah. Not saying that it's aliens that cause it, but yeah, it's aliens.
The aliens are intelligent designers.
Well, that's the thing, is that these people are like, this is why the show is such horseshit. I mean, the problem with Ancient Aliens is that they, the motherfucker on the show blatantly says, like, now, we can't really explain it, so it might be aliens. It could also be a million other things.
Could be God.
We've got no proof for any of it, but it's aliens.
Just believe us. Just believe us. We say it's aliens.
It's basically Glenn Beck history. Glenn Beck does the same bullshit. He's like, I'm not saying that FEMA has concentration camps.
I'm saying FEMA has concentration camps.
Usually a good measure of whether somebody's talking bullshit or not is whether they currently have a book out on the subject. Most of these shows that you see with Ancient Aliens...
They have books on the series.
Yeah, they have a book or they have a video or a DVD or something like that they're presently touting.
Oh!
That's the only reason that they're on there.
Oh, remember Monster Quest?
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing with remember, and also Hunting Bigfoot, like those shows were like, really, you're going to bring cryptozoology and Ancient Aliens and... Let's see, what else? Is that pretty much all the stuff that was crap on history recently?
I know, dude. Don't remind me.
Well, it's all about making money, and that's actually, I'm having an argument on YouTube with somebody about the biasness and how money causes that. And, like, I could say anything if I knew I was going to get paid in the end about it. Like, we're arguing over AI and whether it's actually even possible. And he's saying it's possible because these people who are actually getting financial support from our government are actually saying, yeah, it is possible. Yeah, they're going to keep saying that because you know why? Because they're getting paid by the government.
The History Channel
was a monetary incentive for it to keep working.
I mean, the History Channel was the greatest thing for my generation, I guess you could say, for learning shit which you were too lazy to read a book about, because it worked until 2007. It fucked up, but pretty much with the whole history, then Hitler, then her.
But isn't that the danger that we come back to? Is that what we were talking about right at the top of the show, about how the paradigm where people get their information from is shifted. You've just said it straight out there, right? Rather than actually read a book on the subject where there might be several interpretations, which is actually written by people who are experts in their field. You're watching a dramatization, watching people who have got a book on the subject and are just trying to hawk that. And the whole thing is put together by people with an arts degree in drama and people that have got degrees in marketing, but not one of them has got a degree in the actual subject they're talking about, and they've hired an advisor who happens to just have a book out on the subject. And that's how you end up with ancient aliens and Bigfoot.
Well, it's actually how you end up with stuff like, what's his name from Facebook? He had a movie made. You think it was actually that exciting? No, it was actually probably quite boring. It was him sitting in front of a computer for months on end. Yeah, he partied here and there, but I mean, get dramas.
Oh, wait, are you talking about the guy who made Facebook?
Zuckerberg.
Yeah, Mark, whatever.
Talking about the Social Network movie.
Yeah,
I didn't see it. Was it good?
To be honest, I don't feel that the Social Network was really that, overblown. I actually think a lot of the stuff that that is said in the movie actually sort of happened, from what I understand.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that it didn't happen. I'm saying they dramatized it to the
Well, of
extent
course,
that
otherwise there's no movie. I mean,
right. And then the kids, what I was saying though was, I mean, they dramatized it, and then kids take it as a literal view.
Yeah, it becomes part of the historic record.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I think the danger comes in.
And kids
start thinking that.
And folks stop referencing the actual events, the actual newspaper articles, the things that the evidence from the time, and start referencing social media. I mean, if the origins of Facebook was a hot topic on YouTube right now, people would be making YouTube videos using clips from that damn movie as proof of their argument.
Right, and that's not healthy.
I mean, if you look at, in many cases, if you look at a lot of the YouTube stuff that goes on, the videos that get made, I know I'm guilty for this myself, you will get clips from places like the History Channel, from Walking with Dinosaurs, from TV programs that have been produced by people who are not experts in the field, and you will use those to illustrate.
The BBC is not educational sometimes?
No, the BBC is educational, but I mean the program itself. It's like Jurassic Park, for instance.
Okay,
right?
example.
It shows.
A perfect example.
You're killing my childhood here.
Go on.
A perfect example of that is 2 years ago, whenever they found when they were searching for the Higgs particle, they actually noticed particles were hitting a sensor that went before it actually should be, and so they were saying, "Oh, we got proof that the speed of light is not constant." And
I remember that. Yeah.
it was just flooded everywhere, and people were like, "Oh yeah," and it ended up being a burnt-out sensor. You had the information get out there before they even figured out what it was, and I mean, I still got people at this point.
They thought it was a neutrino, I think it was.
Yeah, and I still have friends that argue with me over the fact that light is not constant because of that one freaking episode. And it's just freaking nuts that people don't... I mean, they proved that what it was a burnt-out sensor, and that it wasn't registering correctly, but pop culture took it, ran with it, and then they didn't go back and correct it. So you have people that's still out there that think that.
But actually,
it's nuts.
Actually, from my interactions with people like Nephilim Free and stuff like that, there are actually some people who for some time, this was way before the whole neutrino thing, a lot of them do say, have said for quite some time, and they kind of say this in order to justify, the question, that you asked many young Earth creationists. Well, if the Earth is only 6,000 years old, how the hell are we getting light from stars that are billions of light years away? And they've justified this by saying that the speed of light has been slowing down, and they will cite the fact that, and this is where it gets funny, they will say that they'll point to the measurements of what we thought the speed of light was, throughout history, except they're confusing more accurate measurements for slowing down.
I mean, the funny thing is, I've looked at the history of the speed of light. Pretty much, I think it was like the 1800s. The speed of light limit was like, I think it was like 300,000 kilometers per second, which pretty much is the speed of light. It's like 299.
Like 286, I think.
I mean, it's pretty close to 300,000. If you want to say 300,000.
187,000 miles.
Well, it's pretty much saying 300,000 is not that big of an error, right?
No, it's not. It's still, it can knock off some calculation.
When we're talking about, I mean, when it comes to per second and it's going that fast, a couple of thousand, no, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, it's like you're pretty damn accurate.
That's the other thing, and that's what a lot of people don't realize is, yeah, you can give a ballpark, but when you need the precise number, yeah, it does matter.
Well, yeah, it does.
For the most part, it does.
But I'm just saying, if you want to say the speed of light is 300 kilometers per second, you don't need to remember that huge number.
No, you don't. But whenever you're trying to calculate out a wave function, you kind of need that number.
Well, yeah, of course, but you'd have it written for you, right?
But most people don't use that, so they don't need to know the exact miles per second.
So either way, this has been something that a lot of creationists have actually been touting for a long time. So when they found out that, oh shit, we just found a neutrino that may go faster than the speed of light. We thought that was impossible due to Einstein's theory of relativity. It looks like science is wrong, motherfuckers.
No, science wasn't wrong. We didn't understand what was going on, and once we did, we were able to come out and actually correct it.
No, but the whole neutrino thing was not wrong. It was just like you said, it was just a burnt.
It was a burnt-out sensor.
It was just a poor measurement.
Yeah, but pop culture grabbed onto it and ran with it, and it took them about 4 or 5 months to come up with the answer and actually figure it out. And that. I think that stuff like that needs to be corrected as soon as possible, and something like that should get as much attention after the fact and say, yeah, we were wrong, but instead, yeah, they were wrong.
Just to be noted, is the thing still running?
CERN, yeah.
Yeah, because no, is the show, because for some reason something's really wrong with my internet right now, and is it still working?
It looks like it.
Okay, good, because my flash just crashed on me. So.
Yeah, it's working, mate. I can see when Chris was talking, then I could see the square lighting up, but I can see my square lighting up. Yeah, there's working.
Okay, now it's working.
It's a few second delay. I've noticed that it's like 3 or 4 seconds behind.
Well, that's the good thing, because technically, if something really fucked up goes on the show, I could take it off the air before anything bad happens.
Not really.
Well, I have a few seconds.
And basically, what I think Paul is going to, and what I'm trying to touch on is that we need to take education, take it out of pop culture, and actually bring it back to what it was, which was you need to go out and actually read the books. You need to go out and actually research. Google is too widely accepted. Wikipedia is too widely accepted in classrooms, and stuff like that should not be accepted.
Well,
is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. It's the fact that these days, certainly in the UK, I don't know what it's like where you are. You kids can now submit their exercises typewritten. In my day at school, it had to be handwritten. You could not. Even if you had a computer, or even if you had a typewriter, rather, you couldn't submit it typewritten. It had to be handwritten, so they knew that it was you that wrote it.
Yep. And the thing is, teachers don't have time to fact check and find out where everything came from. I mean, you start ending up with a bunch of papers that look very similar because they all came from Wiki.
Yeah,
and
basically.
It's horrible.
But that's why we have programs. That's why teachers use programs and what's the name of that website?
Oh, I know what it is.
Turnitin.com.
Yeah, that's it.
And they can make sure that your work is your own work.
But in an age where you're cut and pasting stuff, even if you change it. No. You can cut and paste something and then significantly alter it within, change the terminology that's in there. It doesn't necessarily mean that you understand it. You understand that particular piece of text relates to what you're talking about, but you don't necessarily understand what that
You don't know
piece
the
of text
relation.
says. Yeah.
You don't know the relation. You don't absolutely know the relation of how it actually fits into what you're talking about. Is that what you're saying, Paul?
Absolutely. You don't know how it relates to the rest of the subject you're talking about. You just know that's the answer. And if you reword that, then away you go. But you don't actually understand how that answer was derived, where you got to.
You need the prime source, right?
That's why these standardized tests are such horseshit, which is another problem with the American educational system, is that, they think that these standardized tests are a great way to measure intelligence or how the kids are learning. It's not. These standardized tests are awful ways to gauge how kids are learning, because these tests are not. They don't test your critical thinking skills or anything.
You won't believe.
Memorize this bullshit, then put it on this test and make your school look good.
You won't believe this. Like, I've taken the standardized test like twice. I mean, I passed it the first time, then I got a worse grade because the thing was, the last part of it was an essay. The essay topic was so fucking vague. It was like, tell me an example where people are happy some of the time and sad some of the time. Some, like, stupid bullshit. I was like, what the fuck? Like, you have to write something on that that's like a page long. And I'm like, what the fuck can I write?
Wait till you get to university level, mate. Your exams are all essay questions. Where
I am in college. I'm in college,
yeah,
and that's university.
Well, see, whenever I was in college and we had to write a paper, we could quote something, but then you had to explain why you quoted it and what the quote actually means, and then
context.
the context of it, and you had to have all this information about your one quote just so you could prove that you understood what that quote actually freaking mean. Now you can just grab something, throw it up, and say, yeah, I proved you wrong. Actually, no, you didn't. I mean, I was having an argument with a guy yesterday over the simple fact that he gave me this paper that supposedly proved that the universe started from a singularity. And the dude, I absolutely could not grasp the concept that I didn't care about that. All I was talking about was the time aspect from the paper says that, yes, it could start from a singularity, but time itself did not start from a singularity. And the guy argued with me that I didn't know what I was talking about and that I didn't understand the theory of relativity. I didn't understand physics. And I'm like, I don't think you understand. Grabbing one little line out of his paper and saying that you understand it doesn't mean jack. You don't understand what he's talking about. You don't even understand the equations that he's talking about. And that he left time on open end, but he closed off that it was a singularity. And he just couldn't grasp that. And I'm like, and he kept arguing that I didn't know what I was talking about. He's talking about a singularity, and that's what the paper was all about. Well, yes, but when you write a paper, he actually changed the laws of physics. The laws of physics about relativity. And I said, in order for that paper to work, you would have to change the laws of physics, which is why the paper did not get a lot of notoriety. It doesn't have a lot of citations outside the Christian community, because I noticed that the paper was cited on, creationist Wikipedia, whatever that is, creative Wikipedia. I'm
Creation
like,
Wiki?
that's the only place you can find it cited. I said, that's how big of a joke this paper is in my community. And he's like, he just got really hostile and really offended and said I didn't know what I was talking about. And I eventually had to walk away from him and say, dude, unless you're going to talk to me about what I'm actually talking about, I'm done, because you obviously are only taking one sentence out of this guy's whole paper and trying to tie it into your whole theory. And I said, and that is not how science works. You cannot take one little word and make a whole new meaning of what something is. And you do not even get the relation of what that sentence meant to the rest of the paper. And that's where kids are at today, is they take one or two paragraphs and they think that explains why the Revolutionary War was fought and won or whatever. I mean, it's stupid.
It comes down to teaching kids what is a reputable and what is a disreputable source, and being able to tell the difference, because a lot of people do not realize that just because it's on the internet does not mean to say it's bullshit. just because I mean, if you go to look to Talk Origin's website, as a website, it's bloody awful, right? It really is. It's mostly text. There's virtually no flash or anything on there. However, if you look at the other side, you go to Answers in Genesis and Creation Ministries International, everything. It's all interactive, multimedia, flash graphics. All looks fantastic. Looks a lot more professional. Where something like Talk Origins looks as though it's thrown together by one guy, when in fact it's actually thrown together by lots of serious people.
It is by one guy mostly, I heard.
He has a lot of contributions from other people, though.
Well, yeah, but it's one guy he's based about, right?
Yeah. Whereas if you look at the two, you're going to look at the creationist lot and think, well, there's a lot more money behind there. That must be true because it looks more professional. Whereas if you look at the Talk Origin site, you look at that and you think, well, it looks a bit, conspiracy thing. Well, okay. And where you get the creationist claptrap that starts moving into professionally produced productions. I mean, for instance, we had a big fuss over here in the UK.
For instance, here you go, perfect example. Like, if you go to any university or college here in the United States and try to look at the term papers, they're very, they're not slick. They're just basically text on the screen. They're not a lot of flash graphics, and the graphics that are there, they're very, they look like they're just hand-drawn or whatever. I'm even guilty of using them because I don't have time to sit there and make it all fancy and pretty, or I didn't at the time that I wrote my papers. And I've written about 150 papers, by the way.
Holy crap, you're writing more than Thunderfoot.
Well, I've been cited and a couple 100,000 times, actually, on various papers. Anyways, what I was saying was that if you go and look for my papers, they're not like, bam, this is creation of this, and bam. It's very daunting and very detailed and very blah. Oh my God.
It also presumes a certain level of knowledge just to be able to read it, let alone actually understand it. And it doesn't go down quite as well as a slickly made film.
Exactly. So whenever people look at my papers and then go look at something, say, like Johan makes, he's very good at clipping together what this professor said and this professor says, and it looks very pretty. And then you go look at one of my papers on AI development or cybernetics or robotics. Look on one of my papers for that. You're going to go, well, I'm going to fall asleep before I even get through the second paragraph. I mean, that's what it looks like. It's not as slick as, say, Johan's. But, I mean, kids aren't going to look at my paper and take it very seriously. But the people in my field will.
Well, I honestly would have to say, I honestly tried to read Darwin's book, The Origin of Species. It was dry as hell, and I couldn't get it through even half of it. It was just...
And that's the whole thing. Science is very dry.
And it's not... There's no humor. There's no slapstick. There's no comedy. There's no punchline. Yes, it's dry, but I did it because I want to learn. I wanted to learn what the hell this guy said. I wanted to learn what this guy 150 years ago thought. And I got through half of it. I was like, oh, God, I've been spending so much time reading this. My head hurts.
Yeah. Your head hurts.
It's science literature is very dry. It's not there to. It's not popular writing. It's very precise writing. It has to be very precise writing.
So you don't misinterpret it, right?
Absolutely. You have to use specific terms, and you have to be absolutely correct. I was in a Google Hangout the other day, and I was having a debate with a Christian, and he was talking about limits of knowledge in things, and I was talking about we were talking about the difference between relativity and quantum mechanics, and the fact that the two do not gel up completely. That's why they're looking for what is effectively a theory of everything to unify the two realms, as it were.
By the way, I'm writing a paper on that.
Yeah, and so. The terminology that he was using to describe the discrepancy was that it was inaccurate. And that, and
that's not a way to describe it because it's not inaccurate.
It's not inaccurate. It's incomplete.
They're not cohesive. They're not cohesive.
It's incomplete or not fully understood. The correct answer, the actual right answer, may be known right now. However, we do not necessarily know that that is the right answer.
And if you're telling string theory, you'd be wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you know what? We have a range of answers, and it could be any one of those. We have a range of theories, and it could be one of those. I mean, it's like they were talking about the Higgs boson and the fact that it's lent an awful lot of credence to the Standard Model. And
yes.
Up until that point, that we had the Standard Model, but we needed that extra piece just to give it a little bit more credence. And had we not found the Higgs, then we would have to revise the Standard Model. And it was the idea that the Standard Model is not inaccurate because it does explain with some precision certain things. But what it is incomplete.
Look at relativity. It was considered, up until a couple months ago, or a couple weeks ago, actually, when we were looking at black holes and we saw that we were studying, I forget what black hole it was. We were studying one of the black holes, and we actually got more confirmation that the theory of relativity is a lot closer to the actual how the universe is actually behaving than what we thought. Because
exactly.
we thought that he was right, but we didn't realize how close he was to being right. Because we found a black hole that's spinning at 85% the speed of light, and we have people that will still sit there and argue with you that Einstein could have been wrong.
Absolutely. And this is what I'm saying, is that relativity could be absolutely 100% correct. And we could have it on the nail and just not actually realize it because there's so much other things. It's one of a range of possibilities right now. That doesn't mean to say that fucking space chickens are in among those possibilities. It is a narrow range. But like you said, you found the black hole, and that it discounts some of the more obscure stuff and puts more emphasis on.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you couldn't turn around and say that relativity is inaccurate because you don't know that. All
it's
you
just
can say
not
is
precisely defined like we would want it to be. It's
exactly
closer to the truth of how we think it's working because we're seeing evidence that it's close to the truth. So we have to give some credence to the fact that there is evidence to support that relativity is true. And kids don't get that. Kids, they just see that it's a theory, and that in most theories you can shoot them down and rip them apart by just taking out one thing. And a lot of kids don't understand that. They see that it, like evolution, it's just a theory, but we have so much that supports evolution and actually points in that direction, not just in geology, biology, paleontology. We see it in nature itself. We see it in
artificial selection.
Yeah. And we also see it in happening. We see it in medicine too, where we have antiviruses or viruses that are essentially evolving from generation to generation and becoming immune to our vaccines. We're seeing that.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. In science, a theory does not mean it's just bullshit. Like a theory means...
No, it has to have some supporting evidence.
Yeah, there's a reason in science it's called a scientific theory. There's some important reason why we would say...
What?
I
did want to mention Educated wanted to come on the show.
Okay, I'll invite him. He asked you?
He asked in the chat room. He asked a little while ago.
Okay,
I'd bring it up.
And Lewis, do you have anything to admit? And Josh has been quiet this whole time.
Yeah, Josh has been very quiet.
Letting y'all do your...
Josh, you still there?
You say he's letting us do our own thing.
Yeah,
should I kick him off?
Jump in anytime. No, he's just listening to us argue on there. Let him jump in whenever he wants.
We're going to have Rictus in soon, so we're having a Canadian.
Rictus and me talk quite a bit. Rictus is a very intelligent man, and I think he's educated in ways.
Yeah, so pretty much he'll be on for the last hour because this show's ending in an hour.
Okay.
So that's the time limit. We got an hour.
All right.
And come on.
Of course, we'll have an after show too, right?
Well, we can talk afterwards, of course, but it won't be broadcasted.
Well, I mean, there's some people that ask some questions and stuff that I don't think are in context.
Oh, fine. We'll do an after show. We'll do an after show, but there'll be a set end to the show, but we'll still broadcast, okay?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay. But this is for you answering questions of fans. You get famous, you owe me. Yeah, but call failed. Come on.
Try it again.
I'm trying it.
I tell him to go ahead and answer.
So let's get back to the topic, because he seemed like to get really drifted off, didn't we?
I think he's up here. Welcome, No, never mind.
No, I'm saying like we drifted off the topic completely.
No, we're still on topic. It's a very complicated topic, and that's the whole thing. And it flows in many directions. And to actually come at it, you actually have to kind of go in many different directions.
Well, yes, of course. But in my opinion, we went into a direction which seems a little bit off topic.
It was related, but only...
I know it was related, but it was related like by a thread.
Yeah.
Yes, but like, let's see.
And that's the whole thing whenever you have a conversation-based show. You're going to go into directions you normally wouldn't.
Well, Lewis, you live near the states that had the creationist bills, right?
I think my state might have been one of the creationist states too.
And why is RD not? Why is Educated Gladfly not answering? Pretty much. What would you say those bills? Like, Zach Coplin. You ever heard of him?
Is that the kid in Louisiana?
The guy who went to the Playboy Mansion and got the First Amendment thing, the First Amendment award by Hugh Hefner.
Can't say I'm familiar.
Yeah, he went to the Playboy Mansion to get the award. Lucky bastard.
Educated said he'll be on in a minute.
Okay, but pretty much, would you say what would you say is the purpose behind these bills? Besides.
What do you mean? I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, it's pretty much they just want to push their agenda. That's it. They just want to push their horseshit belief onto everyone else because if I'm not entirely sure what the motivation behind this. I guess they're afraid that if their kids listen to science, then their kids are not going to be good little Christians, and then their kids are going to go to hell. I honestly
think it's more motivated by money. I really think it's more motivated by money.
That could be it too.
You think it's motivated by money?
Atheists don't give money to churches.
No, they don't.
I mean, but Britain, they do, don't they?
No.
What do you mean? Don't you pay taxes?
No, the churches aren't subsidized by the taxpayer.
Yeah, and aren't you a taxpayer?
Yeah, I am, but the churches aren't subsidized.
Wait, they
by
are?
the tax.
I thought the British Church, or whatever they call it, that one's subsidized.
No, not at all. The Queen is the head of the Church of England, but my taxes don't go to the Church of England. It is purely a church in England. And the head of state happens to be the head of it, but the government is technically secular, yes.
But I mean, the Queen is still part of the government, right?
She's the head of state.
Does she still have power as King George did?
No, not at all. If she decided, if she has to sign bills into law, the same way that Obama has to sign bills into law. However, the day that she turned around and decided that she wasn't going to sign a bill into law, the very next bill through Parliament would be one that no longer required the Queen to sign bills into law. She's over a barrel.
So is she just a figurehead now?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She has about the same power as...
She's basically a tourist attraction. That's pretty much all she is.
Yeah, she has the same power in the UK as she has in Canada. In Australia. And literally, she's just a figurehead. She's the head of state in Canada and Australia.
But she's rich as hell, though, right? She's
rich as hell. Yeah, she actually does pay taxes.
She can still have you murdered and offed, and as long as she pays somebody to do it.
No, she can't.
You sure?
She's got no political power at all.
I didn't say political. She could still have you offed if she wanted to.
Well, in the same way that I could have somebody off.
I mean, you got to admit though.
Yeah, but she has more money than you, so she can get away with it. So.
Let's not talk about the Lady Diana's conspiracy, eh?
Yeah,
What?
you got what I was talking about, huh?
Yeah. Because that's where that one goes. Is that the royal
Okay.
family
Let's get
pays
back.
for it
So Paul, tell us about education in Britain, because pretty much we've spoken about America, the States mostly. Tell us about how your system works. Since
Our education system is very different to yours. We do not have a separation of church and state. We do not have the same constitution that you do. Now, when you talk about religion in government, there is an aspect of it in that we do have bishops that sit in the House of Lords and can vote on legislation. The Queen is the head of state, a figurehead. She has no real power. She can't really veto anything, because if she did, the next law that came through would say that we can ignore any veto.
and also, I'm here to welcome Rictus.
Hey, Rictus.
Hello. Hello.
I'm sorry to interrupt Paul's thing about
How you guys doing?
good, but do you have anything to add to the
Still there?
conversation, Rictus?
What's that?
Do you have anything to
Go ahead.
add?
At the moment, no. I want to listen to. I didn't get your name. The Brit in the conversation. I want to listen to what you say. Oh no!
That's racist, Rick.
Oh, that's racist. My best friend is a Brit.
Yeah.
You damn dirty Brit! You limey Brit! You
I
limey!
didn't call him a limey. I called him a Brit.
Yeah.
He's a limey
that's
Brit.
Anyway,
I've been on the internet a while. I've got used to the rivalry between the Brits and the US.
Well, we
don't
kicked
worry.
your
I
ass.
actually don't think there's much
Canada,
rivalry.
Well, we
there.
kicked their ass. You have to agree
Yeah.
we
I'm
kicked your ass.
I'm under the Queen, just like you. I'm Canadian.
Yes, you're Canadian. So yeah, the Queen is a figurehead in your country, has the same power in your country as she does in mine.
She's on the penny,
Um,
right? She's on the Canadian penny, right?
She's on our dollar bill. She's on every, not a dollar bill, but our everything.
She's on your nickel. She's on your
She's
nickel.
ubiquitous. She's everywhere.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
on your nickel with the beaver.
Oh, yeah, she's on all of our coins.
She's God, basically. Is that what you guys are saying? She's there, but she has no power whatsoever.
Yeah.
Basically, just a figurehead. That's all it is.
Just like Jesus.
But
That's
she's
what God pretty much is a figurehead.
yeah. But yeah, she's also the head of as well as being the head of state. She's also the head of the Church of England, and we have. In the UK, whereas your public schools in the US are entirely government schools, over here in the UK, it's really how the education system in the UK evolved in the fact that a lot of schools started as church schools and are still attached to churches in many ways. We still have religious assemblies every morning, or at least several times a week. In school, where we sing hymns and we say prayers, and there may be a religious lesson, and that's happening in a public school. However, in a way, and from that point, from the point of view I'm going to espouse in a moment, I think that to a certain extent, religion in schools in America to a limited degree would be a good thing. Okay? Now, before you jump on me from that, right?
Before you jump kill you, man.
Hang on. Before you jump on me for that, let me explain. Over here in the UK, we have every day, from the age of 5 right the way through, you will have religious assemblies, you sing hymns, you go through all. It's essentially a religious service in some cases, right? It's not entirely secular. There's a religious aspect to it. To the level that in some schools, depending on the ethnic makeup of the school, Muslim kids are not required to attend it, right? It's not a case of we're going to all congregate and then we'll give out all the notices and things like that. It is a religious service in many cases. But by the time that you get to about 14, 15, you've got so sick of it. You really have got, you see through it, right? You know it's kind of, you've grown up. In the city centre where I work, when I'm waiting for the tram on a
You're
night.
well educated you have enough education in it that
Yeah.
you pretty much can see through the bullshit.
Yeah, well, it's not just that. It's in the city centre where I work. Every night I get the tram, and usually across from the tram stop there will be some evangelist with a megaphone and his sign turning around and telling everybody to come to Jesus. And in the UK, I fail to see how anybody at all in the UK has not heard of Jesus.
It's like in America. Have you not heard of Jesus? I mean, what country hasn't heard of Jesus?
And
Third world countries.
Oh, and Muslim nations.
Yeah, consequently, the churches in the UK
Wait,
are full of old people, and nothing but old people. You turn on songs of praise on a Sunday evening, and it's like watching the waiting room for the pearly gates. It's just full of it's a grey hair, a sea of grey hair and purple.
Grey and blue.
Grey and blue. Yeah, it's old people, right? And the young people tend to you've kind of got inoculated to it by the time that you get into your teens. It's like Santa Claus, you know. You've heard Noah's Ark and you've picked it all to pieces, and consequently you've talked to your mates at school, and your mates at school have turned around and says, yeah, that's all bullshit. And if you're the solitary Christian that turns around and says, I think that Adam and Eve really existed and that there was a Noah's Ark, you're just gonna get the shit kicked out of you for being a retard, right?
That's funny. But, you know, you got to take into account, though, that the Anglican Mass and all that kind of stuff is really, really, really boring.
Yeah, it's really, really boring. And most kids are forced to go to the carol service at Christmas. And you're forced to sit there and listen to the priest witter on for however long. It's like, oh, God, I've already heard this. This is bullshit. You know, the nativity play is for the school. It's for the little kids. The rest of it, it's like, yeah, okay, very charming. We've got a beer. We'd rather be behind the bike shed smoking cigarettes. You know, it's you know, by the time you get to about 14, 15 years old, the attitude really is that religion is for the little kids. It's a Santa Claus thing, and it really shows in society. It really, really shows. In Britain, the population is really ambivalent to it. It's like couldn't give a fuck to the point that religion does not come into politics. If David Cameron turned around, who's the current Prime Minister, had run for office on the basis he was a Christian, there would be no chance on earth that he would have been elected.
That's interesting.
It is absolutely the opposite, right? Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister that led Britain into the Iraq War, right, did everything in his power to hide the fact that he was a Christian and that he was a Catholic. He didn't come out as being a Catholic until he'd left office.
That's right, because I heard stories that were saying that, he converted to Catholicism. I was like, well, maybe he was always a Catholic.
He converted afterwards, but had he converted while he was in office, that would have been the end of his prime ministership. He once slipped up on Question Time when somebody asked him a question about why he went into the Iraq War, and he turned around and said that he'd been told to by God, and that was the topic of the headlines on all of the newspapers for the following week, that Britain went into Iraq because Tony Blair talks to God, right?
And that was done to shame him, right? Absolutely. But in the United States, it would be done to say, look at this hero. He's finally giving God the credit where credit is due. In the States, you know what I mean? It's totally
isn't that what Bush did too, in a sense? Yeah. Like with I'm going to go on a holy crusade in Iraq because God told me to. I think or something.
I would tell you now, right? Britain is not like the U.S. In the U.S., when you elect somebody, when you elect a president, they are president for the next 4 years. They have to resign from office, and then the vice president takes over. But you retain the same government throughout. Okay.
That's not good.
In Britain, had somebody, had the Prime Minister come out with that kind of claptrap and use that as a reason to justify going to war publicly before we actually went to war, not only would he been forced to resign, but the entire government would have collapsed and it would have been a general election. And there would not have been a prayer that that political party would have got in. It would have gone straight to the opposition, right?
Yeah. Would that have been a vote of like non-confidence? Because we have
Yes.
parliamentary system here
Absolutely.
in Canada as well. And once that happens, let's say they bring in a tax bill and it gets voted down by the opposition. Well, sorry, government, we're going to have another vote because you guys don't have the confidence of the people, obviously.
Absolutely. So, any bill can come before Parliament, and if the opposition are the majority, they can call a vote of no confidence in the government and force a general election. And that can be done within weeks of a general election. So you've just
It's happened here. It's happened here in Canada numerous times. We've had prime ministers and governments for 6 months, and then it's gone. 3 months, and it's gone. You know, it just changes over.
I mean, did you see the debate with Tony Blair and Christopher Hitchens?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
I mean, like, Tony Blair, to me, seems a little bit disconnected from the public.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know a lot about Tony Blair, but that's just what I could tell from his character. It seems like
wasn't he accused of being rather posh, as they say?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Well,
what does that mean in English? Say that in American.
Is this Paul? Is this Paul C. Hartley that I'm speaking to?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've seen you before in some other chats with Lasoyo and with Brian J and stuff. So
yeah. I've been in those on the Hangouts and stuff.
Yeah.
So what does Paul mean? Posh or whatever.
Posh. Elitist.
Oh, well, is he conservative?
No, he's quite well. There is the debate. Actually, he's supposed to be socialist. However, at the time, he's supposed to be the.
He's supposed to be a socialist. He's supposed to be a damn dirty communist.
Well, in Britain, we have we've got three political parties. One's a conservative, which is very definitely the equivalent of your Republican Party, just not mental. We have the Liberal Democrats in the middle, who are, well, I'd say they're more akin to your Democratic Party. In other words, if you ever elected them, they wouldn't have a fucking clue what to do, right? And they come up with all sorts of wonderful ideas just as long as they don't have to enact them, right? And then you've got the Labour Party, which came up as the Workers' Party. They were, socialists. However, during the 1990s, where New Labour, because they called it New Labour to distinguish it from the traditional Labour Party, the New Labour Party actually got into power by stealing the Conservative Party's playbook and becoming more conservative than the Conservative Party, right? They weren't red, they were purple. There was that much blue in them. It was all big business and all that kind of stuff. And fuck the workers, fuck the unions, to hell with them, right? It went, so we in Britain, we went rather over towards the right, but in relative terms. We went from kind of to the, from centre right to just right of centre. if you see what I mean, by going left. Whereas in your country, when you went from Republican to Democrat, you've kind of just stayed right the way over there with the lunatic fringe for George W. Bush, and the Republican Party just seems to have headed off, into the over the lunatic horizon, and they're still accelerating with birth control shit. All the other, your country is falling to pieces. You've got millions of people unemployed. Your economy is in the shitter, and what are you debating? Big gulps and White House tours.
Paul, not to interrupt, but RD wanted to come in. Educated Gladfly wanted to come in before, and now he says he could finally get in.
No worries, I'll shut up.
Yeah. So what did you want to say, RD?
Oh, no, I said, I was just saying that the Bible actually has a lot of good literature in it. For example, if you like existentialism, Ecclesiastes and Job are excellent books on the topic. Also, you have well, the Beatitudes, of course, in the Mark and Luke, I believe, yes. But yeah, no, I was just curious if y'all would say the Bible should be in the classroom as if it were like a literature classroom, as opposed. I'd agree, not as a in the science classroom that has obviously no business in there. And I agree with what y'all say about the whole.
It depends on if it's being taught in literature. I don't think it's too bad, but if in a history class as history, no. As science, hell no. What if it should be taught in a literal sense? Hell no. It does have some interesting stories in it, but I mean, I think we have better literature out there than the Bible. I don't think it's very well constructed, and the stories, I don't think they're all that great. We have better examples of that our kids should be studying than the Bible.
I've read many sutras, Buddhist texts that are far more amazing
just
than anything I've ever found in the Bible.
Just
anyway,
a note, Chris, I'll let this be on you. Should we invite Jonathan Ratz?
No, not for this conversation.
Do you guys know who Ratz is?
Unless he's going to stay on topic.
I know. Just he's bugging me.
No. Yeah, but if he's going to stay on topic, then yeah.
Okay.
If he wants to go off on one of his little theories, I'd say no.
Okay, I'll ask him.
You've still got me in here.
Yeah. Well, as far as like the Bible taught in schools, Quebec in Canada here, they have comparative religion class. That's compulsory in high school. So yeah, okay, fine. Go ahead. Bring out the Quran. Bring it all out. Let's look at it all. I would have taken that class, even if it wasn't compulsory. I would have taken it as an option if I was in high school.
Yeah, I would have too. But
okay, I'm adding him.
Yes. Because, I mean, in a way, it is still... you still got to look at it as the Bible does pose an interesting viewpoint of history, but not in a literal sense. I mean, you still got the storytelling aspect of where it was passed down from generation to generation. And you also have the aspect that it was also pulled together from other different religions, and you can kind of see that. And when you start comparing them, I mean, it's a very fascinating subject. I mean, so yeah, in that sense, I would totally be in agreement. Yeah, that would be awesome to put it in that way. Then the kids can kind of get a feel for, yeah, okay, well, I can see where this came from, and I can kind of see where this came from.
But yes. They do have issues in Quebec though with the comparative religion classes because the Catholic parents don't want their kids involved in it, so they're trying to pull them out. It's very interesting.
Okay, let us meet our guest Ratz.
Hello.
Who was on the Atheist Experience like years ago, I think, if I remember correctly.
I wanted to call him today again, but I couldn't get through. I wanted to use the introspective argument on them.
Okay,
so
well, do you have anything to contribute?
Are you, Ratz?
Do you have anything to contribute?
I am a panentheist, a monistic idealist panentheist, and I tie physics into it. I have a background in physics.
Okay.
Chris, you want to try to do the direction now? Because I guess it's your turn.
Well, the topic today, Jonah, is education and should religion be taught in the classroom? And if so, what format?
I think comparative religion might be an interesting idea. And in some ways, not just stressing the differences, but also like the similarities between them, which I think is kind of I find that fascinating myself, actually.
I absolutely agree with that.
Except the thing is, I would say is like religion, from what I've thought of it always, was like a private thing from the home. So like wouldn't the parents then be kind of a little bit like?
Well, what it does is it kind of gives the kids, I think, an overall view of religion. I think is what it would do, and they're just not stuck in this category of they only know Christianity. It gives them more of a worldview of religion. I think that would be helpful for kids. Because kids don't know that there's other religions out there. They think Christianity is the only religion in the world, and they think that you're either a Christian or you're an atheist, and that's where a lot of kids fall here in the U.S.
Well, it's such an insular kind of attitude to have that you grow up being a flippant adult. Because I was just watching a video from Rand Campbell, and he flippantly said, "Oh, anybody who's not a Christian is going to be a Christian anyways. Your religion is just bunk anyways. Christianity is the only true one. Such a flippant thing to say. If some Muslim was standing in front of him and he said that to his face, I wonder what,
It's also kind of funny because I was Skyping with a Muslim friend of mine who translated my experiment to debunk materialism to Arabic. And we were actually, he said that they had atheism over there, and it was similar, but it was Islam versus atheism. And he brought an atheist friend of his on, and the two of us were trying to convince him of generic theism without getting into the issue of which religion.
Oh, yeah, deism. I'll discuss deism with a theist, but I won't discuss particular.
That's not the topic of this show, though. So
let's welcome Key Adams. Key Adams, do you have a mic?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What do you want to add?
I was going to add that it's actually taught in my school, but not preached. Like, we learn about each one and their point, but they never really preach to us or try to convince us to that particular,
Another interesting thing you might want to consider adding is philosophy of religion.
Isn't that the same?
Psychology.
Isn't that theology?
Yeah,
not necessarily.
No. This is a separate category. I mean, it's not like William Lane Craig kind of stuff. This is actually philosophy of religion, where it gets into comparative religion stuff as well, but it more talks about the kind of categories that religion deals with, spirituality and so forth.
Theology, right? Isn't that theology?
No,
Yeah.
theology is the study of God, like the attributes, the Christology, or you'd have Muhammad. No, theology is a specific, detailed study of a religion's doctrines. Philosophy of religion is going to be something totally different, and psychology of religion is also, I would also say, a great place to discuss bring religion into the classroom.
I wouldn't mind if it being an elective. It seems like a good elective, I guess. An elective. It's not going to be required. I would say not make it required. Would you agree?
I don't think any of it should really be required. I think, but allowing for them to have that option is fine.
Yeah.
But requiring students to do it when they obviously don't want to, or when it should never be forced upon them. And that's kind of goes with what I think about education. I think they should allow kids to direct their education to a certain extent. And let them actually choose
when they're old enough. I would say, like maybe
when they're old enough.
High school. Let there be electives in religion. I guess let there be electives. Not that there be electives before, because it won't work that well.
Right.
Lewis, you've been quiet this whole time. You have anything to add?
Not particular. I'm just uploading photos from St. Patrick's Day.
Oh yeah, happy St. Patrick's Day. I forgot. I think I said that in the beginning of the show.
And this is why I don't know that much about philosophy of religion, though I've been reading a little bit here, and I think that this is kind of what I suspected. Some of it gets into what's more termed theosophy, like small t, not weird beliefs or whatever, but like the kind of the category where you try to not just. Many theists have this concept of God as being something you can't comprehend entirely. Mm-hmm. Theosophy is sort of this view of God of you have a philosophy about the nature of God, and then that kind of you can develop a kind of a natural religion on that. And it's like a theological philosophy. God? Yeah, or sometimes you can get more than that, like a Neoplatonist type of deity.
Sounds like Spinoza, honestly.
Sometimes Spinoza is kind of like the null, is the barest version of that. But it can be more than that too. I mean, you can have some pretty elaborate theosophies that get pretty stretched out there, but there's everything in between.
In the UK, we've got a thing. I think it's come over from Germany, called the Theosophy Society, and right now they're bringing out, or they're trying to launch schools, and it's causing quite a bit of uproar for the. Because I believe they've got certain racial aspects of it that in some cases justify Nazism, and they're having real problems with that.
Is that within their theosophy, their particular theosophy?
Well, this is the specific entity known as the Theosophy Society, and it was based upon certain writings of some German guy who was a bit. Well, sympathetic to the Nazis, let's just say, and eugenics and shit.
Sounds familiar. This wouldn't be Rudolf Steiner, would it?
Yeah, I think that's the guy. They've got all these strange-shaped buildings over there.
Strange-shaped buildings.
Let me see. I think Steiner actually. I don't quote me on this, but
It's Steiner because.
I think Steiner may have been an influence on C.S. Lewis between his atheist and Christian phases, like right in the middle.
Yeah, it is. It's Steiner. It's Steiner because they're calling the schools Steiner schools because they don't want to turn around and use the word theosophy because it causes so many connotations.
Although that weird Madame Blavatsky stuff with Atlantis and Lemuria and all that.
There's all sorts of weird shit. I mean,
You mean the whole Aryan thing with Atlantis and stuff?
Yeah,
that's one variation of it. That's the Nazi variation of it. But
you mean the occult and stuff?
It kind of blends into that. Actually, it's funny because I know some Baptists that they think that C.S. Lewis was not a Christian. I think he was.
Yeah, but then you were just teaching kids somebody's ideology, and running a class around somebody's ideology is never a good idea.
Let the kids discover their own ideology.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is you can show people a smattering of ideologies and the similarities between them and so forth, and they can...
Well, religion is one ideology, wouldn't you agree?
Right, but this is like kind of the philosophy, but like you can show them a number of them. And
philosophy, we do have philosophy classes, and usually those are usually reserved for...
electives, I think?
Later education, pretty much, but in the early education, it is elective. And
I don't think my school ever had any philosophy classes.
I think it would be good. They used to actually teach logic, and this is bare philosophy.
You mean like Bohemian?
Well, actually, it teaches kids how to debate, is what it does.
Yeah, they should be.
Debating isn't always necessarily a good thing, especially whenever they're debating about bad ideals, and that's the problem. And whenever you start getting kids debating about bad ideals at such a young age, they actually start absorbing those and putting them as their belief systems, and that in itself I think is a bad ideal. And that's something that we were talking about earlier in the show, was that we got to really watch what we're teaching our kids and when they should be learning this stuff.
They're not being preached to, is what I'm saying. They're being given like a smattering of.
No, they're not being preached to, but
that can be more insidious because it creeps in there without them actually realizing they are being preached to. They're learning bullshit notions, and they're not hearing the counter arguments. Going back to the Steiner school stuff.
A whole bunch of different.
I watched a BBC report on the thing that was actually on the news about a Steiner school that was opening up in Cornwall, and it opened up with a parent teaching their child to sing to the fire gnomes in the candle, because that's how fire comes about.
Fire gnomes?
Fire gnomes.
Awesome. Fire gnomes. That's like the most awesome. I think that would become like the most.
I want that religion. That's awesome.
Yeah, no. It sounds like that will become some like metal band in Norway now.
Yeah,
I know. Like the fire gnomes.
But there are things I would like to teach young children.
Yeah, and
teenagers.
Yeah, and this kid wasn't all that young, I'll tell you. But yeah, sing to the fire gnomes, because that's what makes the candle burn. And if you appease the fire gnomes, the candle won't burn you. I'm not making this shit up. That's what was going on in the report. And I was looking at this and thinking, are you fucking crazy?
What song were they singing? An aria from Wagner's Ring trilogy, I wonder?
Oh, I don't know. It was like watching
He was singing the catchphrase from The Hobbit.
Right back to, we're not teaching our kids critical thinking. We're not teaching our kids how to decipher what is good information versus what is bad information.
I'm curious.
And that's something that we really need to start teaching our kids.
From that Straussian perspective I brought in, that may not necessarily be good in all cases. But that, of course, is highly controversial.
I mean, it seems like to me like the kid should be able to say, that's bullshit, because we know with a degree of certainty that fire is caused by oxygen on Earth. It could be caused by different things, but oxygen...
But the thing is...
Very vague explanation.
Oh, okay, but oxygen is what fuels fire. Is that better?
Yeah, it's oxidization it's a chemical oxidization process. The thing is, it's not the fact that you go and teach 10-year-olds that, fire is a chemical oxidization process. It's the fact that nobody was questioning the fact, and bear in mind that all the other kids in that school will also be taught about the fire gnomes, is that they're not able to turn around and say, well, this is bullshit, because they're not taught an alternative.
The Fire Gnomes is such an awesome name for a football team. I'm sorry. It's just such an awesome name.
That is a cool name for a football
And that's the whole thing. That's how they suck you in, though. And
yeah.
What's the school name?
Part of doing it. I mean, it's really dangerous. And these kids are at that age where they're just absorbing everything, and they make these connections, and they're at this critical point where they don't even know how to make these decisions, and you're throwing this information at them, and they don't really know how to pick what's right and what's wrong. That's something that we really need to teach our kids before we start teaching them that Fire Gnomes at one point in time fucking started. People believe that. That was.
Oh my god, that's just so epic. What's the name of the school? What was the name of the place you said? In where?
There's only one. Just type Steiner School, Cornwall, BBC report, and you'll get the documentary about it. The what they call the Humanist Society in the UK. They had their guys on the BBC report saying, do you know what? This is all bullshit. Why are you teaching your kids about Steiner Gnomes, about Fire Gnomes?
It's just as bad as like the Westboro Church, who they're actually teaching their kids to be racist, to be homophobic. I mean, it's just as bad, and that is child abuse in my eyes. I mean, that stuff is just child abuse. You're neglecting that kid in such a way that they're coming up hateful. They're coming up mentally retarded. They're coming into the world at such a disadvantage that, to me, that in itself is child abuse.
Yeah,
and that's something that I think needs to be addressed in every society, not just in the United States. Every society needs to start addressing that. And if these parents are teaching their kids something so screwed up that the kid's actually praying the freaking candles. I mean, that kid needs to be removed from that home, needs to be removed from that environment.
I do feel a little goofy about removing kids from homes like that, though. I mean, even if the parents are teaching the kids crap, I do feel I feel kind of. Yeah, but to what extent? I mean, it's.
They think the fucking fire is made from Fire Gnomes.
I know, and I've heard New Agers teach their kids that they're indigo children and that they're like implants from outer space or something like this.
That is child abuse, man.
But the point is maybe some of this is personal for me, because I mean I was homeschooled as a kid, okay, and I was taught creationism. They taught alongside evolution, mind you, but like if someone took me away from my home at this point, I would be I would be much more traumatized by that than anything else. Like I would be, I mean, I discovered that creationism is wrong in the end, but I would not like that very much if someone had kind of taken kids out of a home for that. I mean, I suppose it depends on what extent it goes to. If you're teaching them like, do ritual sacrifices.
Yeah, but obviously you got a more extensive view of the world, okay, than that kid who's actually praying to a freaking fire god in a freaking candle. That's child abuse.
There is a fine line though between, when you should send someone in to like intervene versus not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there was one case, I think, in Texas or something where they had it was some kind of compound where they had... Are
you talking about the place that they bombed?
Waco.
No, not Waco.
No, that's
a more recent one. There's a more recent... Maybe it was Oklahoma, actually. There was another one where they had some issue with polygamy going on. They're teaching the kids polygamy. And
I know what you mean.
I don't know that.
You should probably want to intervene. And then it turned out they weren't quite doing that, and the government had to apologize. But that kind of situation, that you might more want to intervene in. But like if it's just teaching kids stuff, even if it turns out to be BS, I do feel kind of...
I think that if it's completely BS, it should not be allowed. I'm sorry.
Let's suppose they're teaching like other good stuff as well. They actually teach science later on, like an actual legitimate science and so forth. And they teach history and mathematics and everything else, but they have this extra class of BS added in the mix.
I mean,
okay.
the Fire Gnome
would take
thing.
it out of
I
class.
mean, the Fire Gnome thing seems like it could lead to bad things, like maybe volcano guys and then pushing people into volcanoes and stuff. It seems like it could lead really bad direction if they actually believe that. Oh, the candle's by Fire Gnomes, So what the heck makes rain? Water gnomes? I mean, like, I don't know. Just,
Water nymphs.
Yeah, that's not
nymphs.
specifically dangerous. I mean, I have some friends who are neo-pagans who they believe stuff like that. Not explicitly. I think it's like a kind of on a spiritual level. It happens at that level, and it just oxidizes down here or something. But they believe stuff like this, but they're not out doing dangerous things either.
well, I mean, they know though. They know what's dangerous and stuff. They're not like how old are your or wicked friends?
They're not Wiccan. I think they describe themselves as neo-pagan. They're like in their 20s.
Okay, but they're not children though. We're talking about children. We're not talking about people who know that fire is not caused by garden gnomes and stuff like that. We're talking about, like, imagine these kids who believe garden gnomes bring fire, and imagine them 10 years later. What will they think then? I mean, if they are still in this school,
It would be no different. It would be no different really than adults who believe in creationism.
I don't know. I mean,
No.
I think it could go somewhere worse, maybe.
Okay, well, maybe there is. Maybe you have a point that there could be a fine line between how. I mean, maybe like say we have a theistic Satanist, like say Aleister Crowley had some kids or something and taught them to have child sacrifices of their friends, lure their kids over, their friends over.
See, but you think that that's okay? That's not okay.
That's not
But
okay. What I'm
teach
saying
the kid that the Bible is literal. I mean, that's just as harmful to the kid because it teaches the kid that fairy tales come true, and that I think fairy tales are awful things to be teaching your kids.
I
But it
mean, they're
teaches-
good for little
if
kids.
The Bible's literal.
They're
It teaches
good-
them morals like, okay, it's okay to rape a woman. It's okay to murder a child. It's okay to murder your parents because it says that in the Bible.
Right,
And these
but
kids
if you
learn
look
this
at,
stuff.
Say,
It's
a Christian
awful.
upbringing, though. I mean, like you look at like instead of taking a look at the dogma of religion, look at the practice of religion for a second, and you think, I mean, yes, these things show up there, but when these things are practiced, you have like a Christian religion practice. You don't see Christians going and doing this, and like.
Yes, you do. Westboro Baptist Church is a perfect example of you see people doing that.
And also the
Well,
people in Africa killing witches. Those Africans.
Yeah, in
these
South
are-
Africa,
these
you have
are
people that are
acceptance.
killing witches.
These are
And
more
this is
acceptance
not
rather than
Well,
healthy.
it's not so much as the Africans killing witches. It's the fact that you've got fundamentalist Christian preachers from the US that's going over there and filling them full of this bullshit. And these folk over in Africa look towards the West as
Saviors.
An example.
well, yeah, as validating their own beliefs. So if people who put men on the moon are also believing this kind of stuff, then it must be true. So you've got, is it Rick Warren who went over
Yep.
to Africa, and thanks to Rick Warren, a few months later we got the Kill the Gays bill in Uganda.
A Christmas present.
Yeah, as a Christmas present. Yeah,
If you said that.
and they're going over there and they're fucking around with third world countries. That will just from a point of authority. And it's messing up and causing misery.
And a lot of
I
people
can
in
see your point
third
there.
world countries act like children. They have
That
the
is-
mentality of children.
Okay, I guess
They don't
what I'm
have the
thinking-
education to discern that this is bullshit.
This is a problem between we have like an interface between two cultures. But see, you look at America, we're not a children culture, so to speak. We have developed these things. We have, lots of Christians, and of course there are exceptions like Westboro Baptist Church who actually do want to stone gay people. But by and large, you find that most Christians don't like that.
But does it make it
Even
right?
though
It's still there. It's still there.
It's still there,
Most
but-
Christians
but-
will sit
but
there and
what I'm
say, well,
saying is that-
that's not how God is. That's not how God is. The Westboro
it's still
Baptist
there.
Church,
It's still
it's-
there, true. But the point is that it's that meme that God's not like that is stronger than the other meme, and it's remaining and strong like that. It propagates.
one of my
more.
biggest problems whenever I talk to Christians is the simple fact that they all think they're right. And when you start pointing out that different things in the Bible, they all say, well, that's not what the Bible meant. And everybody has a different view on what the Bible actually meant. And
There are some Christians.
whenever you point out an extremist like the Westboro Baptist Church, I get your response that well, that's not normal. Well, I hate to tell you this, but that stems off of the Bible.
I know,
okay, John?
I know what you're saying.
That's where it becomes dangerous, and that's where you get the extremists, and that's where the issues lie. When people take that stuff and run with it and actually do what the Bible says, you end up with people like the Westboro Baptist Church. You end up with people like in South Africa, and it's not right. It negates down to child abuse. It negates down to social abuse. It is not right on any level. And you can sit there and argue about it all you want, but push comes to shove, it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. It should not be taught to little kids.
Praxis. You're confusing the praxis versus the dogma, though, is what I'm saying.
No, I'm not.
Actually, from what I have...
I mean, yes, there is a practice where people do eventually sometimes practice this in fringe elements, but the bulk of them, there are these cases that happen, and, there's an exception to every rule, and, no matter what the rules are, you're going to find some exception where something goes haywire, right? But my point is that 99% of Christians in the West don't think like this. Yeah, there are 1% that do, and you have a point, and this is a problem, and yes, it does stem from this, but in most cases, that's
okay.
Wait, Chris, can I interject?
Most Christians think that it's okay to be homophobic. Most Christians think that it's okay to suppress their rights. Most Christians thought 50 years ago that it was okay to suppress women's rights. Okay, that's changed.
And 100 years ago, Chris, that they thought the radio was the demonic thing and stuff like that.
Exactly.
I mean, things change, but the thing is these changes come after, these changes to society as a whole are after the fact. After the fact, Christianity then changes. The people in Christianity changes with the times, so then they don't look all, they don't look all...
Yeah, they don't look all crazy and demented.
Right, to what extent is that the case, though? I mean, is it
It happened every time.
How many Christians?
But rats. It was common America phenomenon that Christians, like religious fundamentalist Christians, thought the radio was the devil's box. They thought that was the devil. They did not believe in radio waves. They did not think radio waves existed.
Something tells me that's an urban legend. I don't get me wrong, but
I'm not saying it's a fact, but I'm saying that urban legend was based on something that had to be true.
Right, but that could be with the 1%. That could be their version.
No, I know, but I'm saying it was common enough.
This is where we have the problem, and this is what's going on in the court systems. Is what we're doing right here with Johan. Johan's sitting there arguing that just because 1%, that's okay. I mean, it happens. No, it is not acceptable on any level, Johan. Not acceptable on any level. If it teaches hatred, if it teaches evil practices, which is what the Bible teaches, it is not all right on any level. Even if you're saying that most people just disassociate that and they ignore that. It doesn't matter if they ignore it or not. It still leads to that 1% that doesn't, and leads to that 1% of extremists. When you start teaching that stuff to little kids, they take the extremist view most of the time.
Personally, I might agree with you in some cases here. The question I have, though, is that, this being a free country and all, I may disagree with what someone else is saying. I may say that this is ridiculous that you're teaching your kids that they're indigo starseeds from the Pleiades constellation, or that, it's okay to stone gay people, or okay to pray to Fire Gnomes and all this. But would you go to the extent of saying that, in some of these cases, it's okay to actually go in and disrupt the families and, let's say it's something relatively harmless.
But the thing is, though, Rats, the thing is this. This book, the Bible, if it's left to its own devices and people just get it and then they go by what it says, it would manipulate the people to do things which normally they wouldn't do. That's the problem that we're seeing. The thing that you're talking about is let's leave the Mormons by themselves and let them do whatever havoc they would have done in Utah until, we finally expanded to the West. In
some cases that's undesirable. In other cases, I would argue that's desirable, though.
Which part?
When those teachings start hindering the kid's ability to, when he goes to college, and he's not going to have that option of is evolution right or wrong, because he will be laughed out of school. He will flunk out because he's at such a disadvantage.
I was that kid. I never questioned it. I kind of had suspicions that I had problems about half a year before. But I mean, I see the difference here is I was science-minded, I could see the problems with it where it was falling apart. The first thing that came to my mind was the Big Bang Theory. I'm like, okay, Ken Hovind has absolutely no idea what he's talking about.
He's talking about star formation.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just that, it was cosmology.
But Johan, you were old enough to see the problems with it.
Right,
kids,
right. No,
kids
I was taught from age 5.
And also, we don't want these people controlling education in a sense for their child. So we'd have I'm sorry, but this might be the worst example. We don't want the Hitler Youth, except we don't want a fundamentalist Christian youth trying to take over the country by any means necessary. Like Jesus Camp. You seen that movie, right?
Yes, that goes too far, but
yeah, like that. So, that's what we're trying to prevent.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing, Joe.
We're already seeing it.
They don't.
We're already seeing this in the form of dominionism. You've got Rick Perry and, the 5 peaks of religion or whatever is it, control the 5 peaks, media, government and things like that, and you can bring back the rapture. That's already happening,
Bachman is in that too.
When they're filling a the fact that they managed to fill a stadium full of enough gullible suckers to actually pray for rain.
Well, I think
that kind of shit happens in Africa.
Here's the problem.
I think that speaks to us humans, that the vast majority of us don't want to think. We just want to be followers.
I think
and there's a little small percentage of us who, ever since childhood, have always been questioning things and always been kind of looking over like, well, what if that's wrong?
And you know what? The ones who are usually like that, Rick, are usually people who end up eventually being atheists. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Here's some of the problem I see. Okay?
Typically, yeah.
What you guys are saying is true to some extent. The trouble is that you have to ask the question of, let's say we take all religion out of society.
We're not talking about kicking it out.
Not out of society.
We're not talking about kicking it out.
Out of education. What happens though then is that people are much more likely to become secular.
Okay.
So
statistical problem. So the problem with this is statistically speaking, this has political consequences, and we have to be examining. Look at how people vote.
Well, they'd be more liberal.
Is what I was talking.
I was interested in politics. I had an interest in politics in college, and I remember discussing this, with some of my friends.
Well, Rats, we'll have to cut you short because, we're going to do an after show, but I should go with the announcements again. Blog TV is going to be off of Blog TV is going to be combining with this thing called You Live or something like that soon.
You Now.
Here it is. Wait, right here. Merging with You Now. And it's going to take place on the 27th of this month. So there's going to be one more episode of the Blind Ghost Show on Blog TV, and then it's going to be possibly on a place called Vogue Live. I'll bring a link there for the channel, which it'll be posted upon after next week. And it's the Blind Ghost Show, and we'll be starting the after show in about 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you want to get one closing statements?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I
start
jumped the gun. Okay. Key Adams, since you were the last person in, you have anything to final closing statement? Since you've been mostly listening.
Yeah. I remember earlier you said someone said something about having religion be an elective. Wouldn't some parents force their kids into that?
Yes. No.
And that can be the parent's right to do that. I actually think it is an elective. If the parent wants their kid to be educated in that fashion, then they have that right. I mean, they do have a right to do it, but I don't think they have a right to say that something that's scientifically proven wrong or that something that has supportive evidence is wrong over something that doesn't is wrong. So I do think that they have a right to that. But we can talk about that after the after show. Do you have a closing statement?
Not anything else.
Okay, let's go with
Johan.
Johan.
Well, I would say that I can see the problem you guys are saying here, but I think that in the large scope, you want to look at what religion does in a society. And it may not be entirely negative, some of it may be positive as well, and you might not want to undermine some of the structures that keep the role of religion in society before you examine what all the consequences would be.
Okay, educated Gladflied?
No, I have no comments left for the topic, for the specific
closing
topic of...
statement. Closing
Oh,
statement.
I have no more. I have no closing statement on the topic of religious education.
Rictusgate.
Well, I came in pretty late, but I don't know. You guys know who?
You've been here for a while, so yeah.
About 45, about 50 minutes. You know who Daniel Dennett is, right?
No.
You folk? Daniel Dennett?
No.
Philosopher?
Oh, yeah.
Horseman.
I know of Dominionists.
Okay, well, he has some thoughts on education and religion in education stuff. And his thoughts are, teach the kids all the science they need in school, let the parents do whatever they want, as long as they have this background behind them of actual science, logic, reason, rationality, then hopefully they'll be able to figure out themselves that their parents are hoodwinking them. That's kind of his idea on it. But he's also a proponent of comparative religion class in schools as well. So I kind of am too.
Doesn't seem like a bad thing.
No, I don't think it would be a bad thing necessarily, but I'm an atheist and I'm open to talk about lots of things. So a lot more people are not so open to things as that. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, Chris.
All right, that'd be me. I still think that as long as our kids get a good idea on how to problem solve and how to think for themselves while getting a good grounding in science, I don't see a problem with teaching them their parents' belief system, as long as it's based in the reality of this is what reality actually is. That's my viewpoint on it. I mean, so that's my closing remarks, I guess. Go ahead, Paul. Knock yourself out.
I would to sum it all up, I would take from several viewpoints. Yes, comparative religion, not got a problem with that. I think that's a damn good idea. I've already stated that I do see a need for some religious teaching in school, but within context, and a comparative religion class would be an ideal place for it. Where it does not belong, absolutely does not belong, is in things like science, where you're trying to justify a worldview, you're trying to justify a reality based along biblical lines or religious lines of any stripe, not necessarily biblical. It could be Quranic, it could be Jewish, or anything. Religion needs to have its place in school, and science ain't it.
Okay, I would conclude that, well, education and religion seem to have been disconnected. It seems like it would be a little bit of a benefit to have electives talking about religion, at least, which I would concede would be a little bit beneficial, which I would not claim to be an actual course that you would be required to take. And this is the Lion Go Show, and in about 5 minutes we'll do an after show.
No worries.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go to the please wait thing. People will still hear us, but you know, it won't be the show.
Yeah, I'm ready to go to the restroom, take a small break.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretty much, it's just background music now.
And you need to eat real quick, right, Strife?
No, I ate. I already ate. I ate a while ago.
I've got to get up. I'm gonna mute my mic anyways. So.
Yeah, but 5 minutes.
You cannot do it, Rick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I'm gonna invite a guest from the chat who wants to come on.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's
Dark
fine.
Knight, no.
As for those that are going to stay for the after show, if you want to put some questions in that you want to ask, we'll try to answer as many as we can.
Oh come on, only 3 thumbs. Come on.
Hey, now you don't get a thumb.
No, I did a thumb up.
I know. I'm giving you crap.
Just to let you know, I do have some comments on the whole stoning gays and witches things. Just to tell you all about. So if we want to just come back.
Wait, let's welcome Dark Knight D.
All right, welcome.
Hello.
Dark Knight. Do you have a mic?
It's all right if he doesn't. I mean,
if he doesn't, that makes no sense.
If he doesn't, I can just repeat what he writes.
I don't know. Does he? Hello.
He says, "Okay, I'm in," is what he says right now.
Wait. Something's happening. Something's happening. Say something.
I'm here.
Say, my mom licked a squirrel.
Say Fire Gnomes. This episode shall have the word Fire Gnomes in it.
Yes,
Fire
Fire
Gnomes.
Gnomes are good.
I mean,
Wait,
seriously,
wait,
that's a great name for a football team. The British Isle Fire Gnomes. That's just something
Hey,
like that.
Strife, you need to name this video when you put it up on YouTube.
Yeah,
Or
I know. I'm
Fire
gonna
Gnomes
name it the British Isle Fire Gnomes. No, wait, no.
There you go. Yeah, name it that. That would be awesome.
Yes.
No, Fire
Thank
Gnomes in
God,
education.
I'll get
Okay, Fire
There
Gnomes
you
in
go.
education.
Fire Gnomes and education.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to go to that link real quick because I want to watch that. How long is that, by the way?
10
What?
minutes.
10 minutes?
But the-
All right.
The Fire Gnomes are in the first few minutes now.
Okay,
Okay.
Dark
It'll
Knight.
be about
Does your
35
mic work?
seconds.
All right. Oh, thanks. Let's check it out.
Dark Knight.
I'm in. I
Okay,
just
now we
wanted
hear
to
you.
listen to the after show. That was all.
So what do you want to say?
Okay.
You have any questions?
No, I got no questions. I just want to listen to the after show.
Well, you have anything you want to contribute or anything you want to ask or anything you want to anything? Because it's the after show. It's just fucking around.
Okay.
Come on, you have to have something.
I got nothing. I just
Throw me a
I
bone, man. Throw me a
Just,
bone.
I just came to listen. That was all.
Okay.
Dark, do you have any questions for us?
That's what I just asked.
No,
What's
no,
your opinions on religion education? Do you think it should be in? Or are you kind of bipartisan?
I don't really care.
There you go. That's always a great position.
All right, I'm going to...
So Rictus, what is your take on the Fire Gnome fiasco?
The Fire Gnome fiasco. My take on
FGF, the Fire Gnome fiasco. Oh wait, yeah, fiasco is spelled with an F. Yeah. Yeah, it just.
fiasco, yeah, FIA. Let's go.
Yeah. So what your I mean, Paul, you should tell us what is this actually happening in your country?
This is actually happening in my country. They're
Well,
opening these schools using public funds based on I think it's the Free Schools bill, free schools legislation that allows, if enough parents get together or enough educators get together and say we're going to open a school, then and they put a good enough case together, they can receive public funds. And of course, they've got the Theosophical Society behind them that is backing them.
and the argument was it's no harmful than believing in the tooth fairy.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
But
Okay, well,
I mean, if you're watching the video, you'll see where it goes wrong.
Rats, why do you want me to add this guy?
Oh, you were discussing before, and I think he's actually Muslim. He might have an interesting thing to say.
Okay, wait, what country? He's from
He's
Egypt?
So
he can tell us what the hell is in Egypt.
Pyramids and sand.
I mentioned Moses.
You know what?
Mention Moses.
Guys,
Let's mention Moses. I'm kidding. So hello, Al. Oh god, I'm not even gonna try. Can I just call you Al?
Can I just add one of my friends?
Sure. Go ahead. I'm gonna
One
Dark
second,
Knight. I'm gonna kick you since you're not talking. Okay.
He can still watch the show on.
Yeah, you can still watch it. I'm not banning him from watching. I'm just.
Yeah, I know. I was just gonna let him know that before you kicked him.
Well, he knows that from watching.
Well, not necessarily.
Oh yeah, wait. I gotta put this back on. Give me a sec. I gotta put the thing back on. Show.
Do you guys in the States have schools called Waldorf schools?
No.
I don't think so.
What is Waldorf?
I've
What is
heard
Waldorf?
Waldorf
Is
schools.
that like Hogwarts?
Waldorf schools are another name for Steiner education,
Yeah,
and we have
that's
them
right.
all over Canada.
Oh,
Yeah, we
you're
have all
talking
over
about
Canada.
like Catholic schools and stuff like that.
No,
Steiner
Waldorf
schools.
education. It's Waldorf schools. I have friends who have gone to these Waldorf schools, and that's their background is the private education model. So that's
Really?
interesting. I never knew that, but I just
Where's
looked
that
up-
at? Kansas? It's in
What's that?
Missouri, isn't it? It's in Arkansas.
No, this is Canada.
It's in Toronto, isn't it?
No, it's all across Canada. They're all
Oh
across.
wait. Also, we have to announce something. Ian Juby is actually part of Mensa. That's something we just found out.
Yeah,
He is
yeah.
There is
FBA.
God.
He was not lying. He actually is. That's the
He
creepiest
actually
thing.
is.
We
So
have
who did-
Chris
who's
is part of
Pompey?
Mensa. It's messed up. Mensa members can look at other Mensa members.
Does it tell you what his background is?
No, it says his IQ and a very, very brief, very brief educational background. That's
What's his
about
education?
It just says some college.
That's one of the first
I think he's
things
a dentist, right? Isn't he a dentist?
No, he started off as a secondary school teacher, but he
Yeah.
builds robots as a hobby. He's very good at that, actually. He's very good at building set design and building robots and crap like that.
Why doesn't he work for Answers in Genesis, building those fucking robots for the dinosaur thing?
I believe that's
Creation Museum.
I believe that's his business. I mean, part of what he does is the roaming, traveling creation museum.
I doubt he makes a lot of money off of that.
You'd be surprised.
$1,500 per visit per day, plus gas.
What?
Is what he makes. That's what a touring creation museum makes. It's about $1,500. It's either $1,500 a day or $1,500 a lecture, which could be split over 2 days.
Holy shit!
A lecture?
Plus.
Oh yeah, I've thought about going into creationism just for the money.
Yeah, I would too.
Plus expenses.
Why do you
So
think
out
it's
of that
hard for-
$1,500, $1,500, he's not paying for hotels, he's not paying for gas or anything like that. That's added on top.
Well, anyways, the points I wanted to make was, first of all, for anybody to actually enact those laws in the Old Testament, from what I understand, you actually had to have the temple, the priestly class, and et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot more judicial system behind the Old Testament than just, go out and stone a person. Second of all, when you're talking about teaching creationism or teaching any of this is child abuse, you really don't have a moral leg to stand on, just to let you know.
Yes, I actually do.
Oh, no. Don't go down that road.
Don't go there. I
Don't go down
think
that road,
that
please.
morals are an evolutionary.
Moral nihilism, man. You can't derive an ought from an is. You can express your opinion
Okay,
about it.
let's welcome
but no.
are these guys?
No,
Are you guys
you're
both Muslims?
saying I don't have a moral. I don't have a moral.
No, you don't have.
Wait, calm down, you guys. What?
Ali is he's a Muslim. He's from Egypt.
And the other guy?
He's an atheist.
He's from Egypt too?
Yeah, he's an
Chris.
atheist.
How are the pyramids?
How the pyramids?
I know what. That's the first thing you have to ask someone from Egypt. That is where the land of the pyramids.
He's not from the city where he's from.
Where are you from then? In Egypt.
No, he's
What part of Egypt?
I'm from the city of the pyramid.
Sea of what?
It's called Giza.
Oh, you're from the Giza
Giza.
Plateau.
Yeah.
So you do see the Great Pyramid.
Yeah.
So how is it? What is education in Egypt like?
Like shit.
Why?
Well, we got some good schools like the American International School, Schweifet,
American
the
International.
British International School.
What is that?
Yeah. It's an American school opening here in Egypt.
Okay, and what does Egypt though offer besides foreign schools?
Well, as far as like public for kids and stuff like that, what kind of education do kids get?
Shitty education, of course. Yeah.
Is it like here in North America, everybody who's a kid goes to school unless you're homeschooled, then you're homeschooled or whatever it is, or charter school,
Or you
whatever
go to
it is.
private
You go to
school.
Yeah,
you go to school. Period. Whatever it is. Is it the same? Yeah. Okay.
Purely Egypt, yeah. But people don't actually get educated; they get indoctrinated.
Okay. Do you guys use the Quran as a text for like learning how to read and write and all that kind of stuff? I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. They used to do that here, like in North America and in Europe. Is the Bible was at one time they used that a bit too before it was in Latin.
So what? So exactly. I mean, Egypt is a Muslim country, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, is it like under the Quran laws or is it more lenient?
Not yet, but we are going to,
Wait, how's that whole thing with the country next to you? I think it's Libya. Isn't that next to you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Libya.
how's that whole thing? I honestly forgot the news. I know that, what's his name, Gaddafi? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Or is this a while ago? I'm really out of it.
What?
Gaddafi, like, did he die?
Yeah.
He got
Pretty
killed.
gruesomely. Pretty gruesomely.
Yeah,
Shot
but
by his
I
own
missed
guy.
out. But what happened? Is the Civil War over?
Yeah, over from a year right now. They had an election, but the instability is still there. All people are armed and dangerous.
And is Egypt worried about it because you guys are right next to them?
Yeah, most Libyans turn to be armed dealers. Arms dealers. They deal in arms. We have borders with Libya and with Gaza, and Gaza is having a war with Israel. So
Wait, Gaza? Oh, you mean the Gaza Strip?
Yeah, we have borders with Gaza and borders with Libya. So
I'm just curious, though. I mean, you're the only country, I think, if I remember correctly, in the Muslim world who actually acknowledged Israel being, well, I think you were forced to because, Israel kicked your ass, no offense. But to acknowledge it as a country,
I don't think so. No, but in we and Jordan, what else? Egypt and Jordan only because we are the only country.
Well, I don't think that in the Yom Kippur War, the Yom Kippur War, it was the time of the oil crisis. Israel would have won, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Israel amazingly had. Yeah. Go ahead.
It would have won, but the Gulf states stopped exporting oil to the West, so it was an energy crisis. So they had to make some conferences and stuff like that.
I mean, I've watched some reenactments of the battles. I've watched some reenactments, like tank battles, I think it's called, where they like showed the whole thing, like the Israelis, even like you guys had like a weird grid system, I remember, a weird radar system, which turned off right when they attacked, I think it was, right?
Are you talking about the 1967 war or the Yom Kippur War?
The one where everyone fucking it, the 7 Days War, I think it is.
Yeah. It's like
the one where everyone fucking attacks, like everybody, and Egypt and in Jerusalem and Israel pretty much took over the whole Mount Sinai region.
Yeah. It's 1967. It's.
Yeah, and then you got back your land because you guys saw Israel as a nation. I think it was, right?
No, it's because in 1973 Egypt and Syria launched a joint war against Israel, and they made a major advance in Mount Sinai, and Syria made the same thing in the Golan Heights. But after maybe, I don't know, some days, there was a peace, or not a peace treaty, it was what's
Truce.
called a truce, yeah.
So why does Egypt? I mean we know, well, we don't know for certain, but we know that the whole Moses thing never happened, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, like, you got I mean, and also the last pharaoh died when Cleopatra died. If I remember correctly, right? The last pharaoh of Egypt.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, like, what bad blood does Egypt and Israel have? I mean, besides obviously the stuff that happened in this century.
Not Arabs. Abdel Nasser, who was our president, he was a ban-Arabist.
What do you mean? Was he part of the Brotherhood? No.
No. The pan.
A ban-Arabism ideology.
Yeah,
it's like it's mixing all of the Arab states into one country, like the United States of America.
You mean kind of like the Ottoman Empire used to be?
Probably more like the Caliphate, something similar to that deal.
I mean, the Ottoman Empire.
It's not religiously motivated because it's not like, the main guy who was the main advocate of ban-Arabism, who actually was the father of ban-Arabism, was a Christian. He was called Michel Aflaq from Lebanon, and so it's not religiously motivated. it's secular sort of political ideology, like the communism. It's not democratically.
Well, isn't it part of that you were allies with the Palestinians? I guess it would be. So you were acting on their behalf as well, kind of like the Americans acting on behalf of South Vietnam to fight off the communists. Wasn't that kind of part of it too? So it was actually like your allies. You're helping your allies. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. Gaza was under the Egyptian what?
They didn't authority. They didn't actually it wasn't their territory, but it was under the authority of the Egyptians. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I've seen, it seems like to me like the Ottoman Empire. From you guys learned about the Ottoman Empire, right?
Yeah.
Like it seems like to me that pretty much kept Muslim fundamentalism. All the Muslim states were connected. They were Egypt was part of it too. Like pretty much the Ottoman Empire was pretty much a stabilization factor of the Middle East. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but
it fell.
The Ottoman Empire was
the sick man of Europe.
The Ottoman Empire was the opposite, was the eastern version of Rome.
Yes, but it lasted, but it pretty much stabilized the whole region.
No, sorry, I got that wrong. It was I'm thinking the Byzantines that were taken over by the Ottomans. Yeah, my mistake.
You're thinking of the Turks. We're thinking of the Turks. The Turks took over Constantinople. They ended the Byzantine Empire.
I just need to say something. Educated. I put a little thing in there. Read that.
Okay. I thought that was, I was thinking that was for me.
But I mean, would you say, oh man, what do I even call you? Ladini?
Ladini, yeah. Means
is there something easier I can call you?
Nader. It's my real name.
Ladini?
Ladini isn't so bad.
You can call me Nader. It's my real name.
I can call you what?
Nader.
Nadam?
Nader.
No. Nader, yes.
Nadam?
Nadir.
Okay, well, Nadim.
Nadir.
Nadir?
Nadeer.
How about we just call him Hey Use until you can figure out how to say it, Strife?
Okay, I'll just say Ladini. Ladini is easier. It sounds like a Pokemon. Let's just go with that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This is why how many $1 trillion has been spent on a Gulf War?
Because I bet because George W. Bush Sr. somehow messed up communication between him and the Muslims, so he's pretty much called I bet he called Gaddafi a Pokemon. I don't know.
George W. Bush is a dick,
I mean, you know what Pokemon is, right?
Come on, Strife.
I know, I'm just messing with him. With him.
Okay, it's Saudi Arabia that's in the 5th century, not Egypt.
Well, I mean, would you say, the Mideast mostly is from where Western nations get their oil, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't think the United States depend mainly on Saudi Arabia. They depend on North America and
Venezuela.
Yeah.
We get a lot from Alberta, Canada.
Well, America likes to keep its resources secure, and it likes to use other people's resources, so it dries them up. And I bet the next move would be to invade them.
It's called colonialism.
Yeah, I know. Pretty much America's imperial power. It's everywhere.
Yep.
But I mean, what do you think for your country? What is its main export? What does your country do?
It's an embarrassing question.
I mean, what does your country do? I know the Suez Canal is a major waterway, but that's it. That's all I know.
Yeah, that's it, actually, to be honest.
That's all you know?
We as a country, we are not an industrial country. We are agriculture country, so we export crops like
sugarcane,
potato and tomato, like fruits, things like that, stuff like that. We export them to Europe, but we import much more food than we export. So we import like most of our rice consumption. So we import that from the United States and Russia. So we are a failed country.
Well, you're not a third world country. You're like a second world, I guess, right?
No. We are a third world country. We are not second world country.
Well, you got internet, so you got to admit you're upper third, I guess.
They've got internet in Africa too. Well,
he's in Africa.
I also from Kenya having an internet connection, and Kenya had in the recent years an economical development. You know, they had relationship with the neighboring countries, and they formed sort of a coalition of West of Africa coalition, like 4 or 5 countries joined the coalition in which they looked for their own interests, and they made a great way for the whole, whole Africa.
I mean, I do feel sorry. I mean, Paul, I think you should apologize for British imperialism, because I do remember.
I think you should apologize for using Wiki as a source.
I'm not reading Wiki. I'm just doing this from world history class. I remember from high school. So it's
no, all the ills of the world are caused by the British. I mean, the
damn dirty Brits.
They really are. I mean, the very fact that we have an America, the United States today, is our bloody fault. I mean, the fact that there is a Middle Eastern crisis is our fault. I mean, it used to be the British mandate of Palestine until we left. I mean, Suez, we fucked that up. We invented concentration camps, chemical warfare, spies,
tanks,
espionage, tanks, bombers, you name it. Everything that is wrong in the world is British.
I can tell my old college friends that America is not the source of all of the causes.
No.
We can blame Britain more than Hitler.
If you want something, it's
British bombing the shit out of you guys.
Well, Hitler wanted to be the British Empire.
I know.
Well, he did almost. He almost wanted. He almost was like. He almost pretty much did. I mean, look at the size of his empire. I guess you could say it rivaled the British Empire in scope in just a short amount of time. It took the British like hundreds of years to do that.
Yeah. The British. Britain's throughout the years. Throughout the ages, Britain's major export has been fuck-ups. It absolutely is. But
wait. There's one good thing I could say. They did good textile. They did good tea, even though their crackers are shit. And they did make the Industrial Revolution happen, if I remember.
And you forgot the most important thing, Doctor Who.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Reptilius.
You think of everything, I mean, any disaster that's worth its salt, there will be a Brit involved somewhere.
Let's see here. Who is a Brit? Let's blame Darwin for evolution.
Yeah, it's his fault.
It's his fault that we're godless. I'm kidding.
Which was, incidentally, evolution is blamed for Nazism.
Whoa, holy cow.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Only by creationists.
What a tangled web you weave.
Wait, what, Ollie?
I think. Can I add a point, please? Can I add a point? I think that Darwinism is somehow linked to the acts of the Nazis. They were killing the handicapped, the people. They're just animals. Come on, they're just animals.
That's social eugenics.
Yeah, social eugenics is not what Darwin even promoted.
Biological.
Right.
He didn't promote anything. He just said, this is what my theory is. This is how it works.
This use of science.
I mean, it's very moral. It's very moral. It's very good according to Darwinism, right?
Wait. What is Darwinism?
Gentlemen. This is an example of dangerous philosophy.
Because Darwinism, there's no such thing.
Evolution. It's not I'm not an anti-evolution. I'm not an intelligent design.
Yeah, but what is Darwinism? I honestly want to know.
Go watch my video.
Evolution is to believe. It's not Darwinism, it's social Darwinism that Hitler used.
Yes, social Darwinism, yes. Eugenics.
Weeding out
Social
the weeds.
Social Darwinism is to make evolution play a role in the human moral code, natural selection, survival of the fittest.
It's more of the royal bloodline of kings, I guess, too, which was in the Middle Ages. It was from the Middle Ages, way before Darwin. You know, the whole royal blood, the whole pure bloodline, the whole Aryan thing was kind of, you could date that back to there.
Oh, and hemophilia is the fault of Queen Victoria.
Wait, necrophiliac?
As it shows up in the royal lines.
Are you saying that just because it's natural, that means it might be good? Is that what you're saying? I hear an echo of myself.
Yeah, can you lower your volume, Ali, or something? Or
Is
something.
that better?
Yeah, there's still echo.
Ali, just lower your mic.
Or mute your mic when you're not talking.
Yeah, mute your mic when you're not talking, man.
Because that echo's annoying.
So,
Okay,
Allie and me actually had an idea proposal for you guys on education.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking, along with evolution...
Put the mic up to your mouth, because I cannot hear you, John.
Yeah, I can't hear that.
John, you talk
Sorry,
so low,
can you hear me
it's
now?
insane.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, a little bit better.
Alright, so in addition to evolution, what I was thinking we should also tell kids, remember that thing I discussed about entanglement the other day, Chris?
Yeah.
Demonstrate space as an illusion. We should not give them all the mathematical background because they don't understand at this point, but 12 to like 15, around that age, teach them some of that stuff along with, say, holography, and then we also teach them a little bit of philosophy of mind, in particular Chalmers' hard problem and so forth.
What does that have to do with biology?
That might be a little bit too over kids' heads. Come on,
No, just a dumbed down, watered down, like popular level version of it.
I would say
that you either teach it in the way it's intended, or you don't teach it at all. I mean, that's part of the problem.
You see this on Nova, where they give you a Brian Greene talking about the holographic universe to a general audience of people from age 12 to adult, and it's
that's part of the thing I was saying is we give the kids half-assed facts or half-assed fucking whatever, and we condemnations, and then they run with it. That we shouldn't be doing.
All you have to do, it's enough to understand the basic principles of it.
How do you know they know it? You got to test them on this. You have to see if they can actually reason it and actually use it. That's kind of like something you have to actually push forward in that. I would say like critical reasoning. You have to see that they actually comprehend what you're asking them to comprehend.
And some kids aren't. Some kids are not going to be into philosophy. Some kids just don't see the point in it.
It won't be much. It's just a little slice of it. And the reason is.
But how's that science? What does that do with science, actually?
What's that do with education?
By the way, without philosophy, there would be no science.
That's the point.
Well, you don't need... science is just testing the environment. I mean, heck, you could call tools a type of science, in a sense, making tools.
What Allie and me were thinking here was that the current way people perceive science... People perceive science as materialistic in nature, correct? And
that's what it is. It's natural causes, natural explanations for natural causes.
Except if the whole thing's a giant illusion, there isn't any natural causes.
No, that's
God. Chris, didn't you say he's trolling?
That's dangerous to teach kids.
Chris, didn't you say he's trolling all this holographic stuff?
Well, I don't think it's more dangerous than teaching children that they're just an accident nature.
But that's not what we teach them.
Removes reality. That's more dangerous.
We don't teach they're an accident. They're not an accident because we're here. We're clearly here.
Not an accident, more of a con.
You
guys are concerned with giving people the wrong impression, right? Now, the thing I'm realizing here is that when there are wrong impressions, let's say with creationism, when people teach their kids creationism, it gives them the wrong impression. On the converse side of that coin, though, the whole notion that there is a science versus religion dichotomy is also a false notion, which has consequences on society. And so what Ellie and me are suggesting is we point out the parts of science that undermine the concept of that science is necessarily materialistic in nature. And when we do that, they don't see a conflict between science and religion anymore.
That is not a better solution, because then you're allowing for kids to say that the unknown is spooky. Spooky action is God intervening and messing with shit. That's not healthy.
Henry Stapp said.
You know,
they stop.
So don't teach them, please. Don't teach them gravity. We don't see gravity. We don't see gravity.
We're not going to teach them
something
that.
Actually, we do see gravity. We see the effects of gravity.
You know,
I don't see gravity. I'm not sure if you're a zombie, for example. You can't prove to me that you have self-perception or self-awareness.
Actually, by definition, it would not be a zombie.
Maybe you're just a zombie.
By definition, I can prove I am not a zombie.
Okay, what's red like? Describe.
If you go by the definition of zombie in the American language, I have lived and I have not passed away. I've not been dead for.
To me, that you have a self.
He's talking about philosophical zombie.
Oh.
Describe red.
Describe red?
Oh my God.
Describe red.
Wait, why are we talking about? What are we talking about?
It's a philosophical debate that you can't prove anything, blah, blah, blah. The simple fact is you can prove things. You can sit there and say you cannot, but if I get you a piece of bread and put it up in your face and say, this is fucking bread, it is fucking bread. Even if it's a fucking rock, it is fucking bread.
No, describe red, not bread. Yeah.
Oh, describe red is a color that is described by wavelengths that reflect off of objects.
Well, I'm colorblind. I'm colorblind. I don't see colors.
It still does not change the fact that that is what red is. It has a certain frequency in nature.
That's its correlate, Chris.
It's also relative, I guess you could say.
I don't have a subjective experience of red. Describe red. Prove to me that you have something more than me. I'm colorblind.
I'll give you something that is red, and I'll compare it to something that's not red. That you compare it to, and you could say, this color, this shade of black or white, whatever the hell you see it is red.
Hold on.
Right?
No, I can give him proof what red is. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
You mean the frequency?
Yes.
You use the spectrometer, whatever I guess it would be.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah, use the spectrometer and show them blue and then show them red and say that number is blue and that number is red. There you go. I described it.
So what you would define as red could
I'm
vary.
colorblind. I'm colorblind. I don't see colors. I just see gray stuff. I want to see red. Describe red. I just want to know what's red.
Okay, this frequency is red.
Experience.
But Ali.
Subjective experience.
Ali.
Subjective.
Ali, we could give you the frequency of red.
It isn't red though. He already said.
Where's the subjective experience? Where's the subjective experience?
It's validated by other people seeing it.
Oh my God.
And also that you could test it again and again and again. You'll get the same color. Red.
But it's not
There's no subjective experience. I didn't experience the redness.
You're colorblind, but you
It
still
doesn't matter if you experience the redness or not. It has a frequency. You're playing with I don't know what it looks like. I don't care if you don't know what it looks like. Still, red is red. It has a frequency that bounces off of objects. Whether you see it or not, the rest of the world can. It's like saying, what is ultraviolet? Because I cannot see ultraviolet. Saying I cannot understand ultraviolet.
How do you know
it is a frequency in nature that is there and it's
Have you ever been conscious in another body?
Ultraviolet light in
Chris, I want to
different
congratulate
spectrums.
you on solving Chalmers' easy problem. I want to congratulate you on solving Chalmers' easy problem. Now solve the hard problem.
What's the hard problem?
What you're trying to describe does not account for...
consciousness emerges from those correlates that you described.
If you cannot understand what a frequency is, that is your problem.
I understand what a frequency is. I totally understand what a frequency is, and that's you
talking
do a
Ali.
really good job of solving easy problems. But what I want to know is why that frequency corresponds to red, and what is redness about it.
What do you mean, what is redness?
Okay, so you can see the color.
Johannes, you have
Yep.
You have echo. You are echoing, and most of the people are echoing from your
Am I
computer.
better?
Yeah, that's way better.
Better now?
Raise your voice because your voice is very low. So raise your voice or raise your microphone settings.
I can depict what red is in a mathematical formula. I cannot show you what it is because you're colorblind. Now, if you wait about 100 years, I bet you we can do some gene therapy to give you that color red.
Okay, there's this thing called the Jackson, philosopher of mind called Jackson. Let me get my volume here.
Oh God, we're going into
It's
this
back to
thing
that
again.
argument Johan was saying that if I cannot see red, and I'm an expert on everything in red, and then I go out and see red. How do I know
Therefore, you're not
it's
an
red?
expert in
That's
everything.
his argument. And the simple thing is you cannot be an expert on red without seeing red.
Right, but the point is that this proves that color red is something additional.
It's a property of an object.
It is a property of an object, exactly.
And your eye cannot see that frequency of light. It can only see black and white. It cannot
It does
see...
not discount that it's not there. It does not discount that... It does
Heck, you not seeing
Where's
X-rays
the
does not
evidence that
discount
you see red?
X-rays. I mean, that's saying
Where's
logic
the evidence
follows.
I see red?
Where's the evidence
That's
that you're
coming off of there.
contemplating?
Our readings tell us that it's red. My natural eyes do. Even if I didn't see red.
I don't see red, and think it comes to me.
Well, good. Go
then
into
we
a
can compare
laboratory, do
something.
some
Hey,
experiments,
Chris,
find out
Chris, we
what
can do
the
something
exact
simple.
frequency is, and you'll see you'll understand what red is.
All right,
You may not know what it looks like, but you understand what it is.
We go into a laboratory, and we discover that red corresponds to the X-ray frequency.
The what?
Then we wake up.
The what frequency?
Yeah, something in the X-ray band, or gamma ray band.
Red is
It's not true.
X-rays.
I know, but I'm saying we go into a laboratory and we find this anyway. And then we wake up and discover we were dreaming the entire laboratory experience. Now, which one do we take as valid?
The laboratory study is bullshit because we could show that red is something different than what you just said.
Wait, the red...
The red was all...
What
you saw in your dream, unless you can validate that outside of your dream,
then how do we know which...
Outside of your dream is actually what's real. Can you validate that dream?
What if I...
You're just trying to get your holographic argument in here, and I'm not actually in the mood to argue about that today. So let's get back to education.
Okay, so there.
Yeah, Rats. I'm actually gonna kick you if you keep going down this path of the holographic stuff, because we heard this time and time again.
And I've argued with you this a couple of times. I'm not actually in the mood right now to argue about that. I'm actually on the show, and actually we have somebody in here that I actually would like to talk to, Paul, about education, because we were talking about that. We were having a good discussion. Now we're back on to the holographic argument. We're back on the subjective argument. I'm sorry, I'm just not in the mood to argue about that today.
The reason that whole thing came up, though, was because we were suggesting that currently...
We really... can Ali mute his mic? I hear the echo.
Yep.
Okay,
There.
the reason I brought that up was because there is a current perception that somehow science is at conflict with religion always. Now, obviously, there are certain cases like creationism, but it seems that, like, people use these God of the gaps, saying that, if any argument for God is God of the gaps or something to that effect, and so there's this situation where people have this perception that science is in conflict directly with religion, and
it is.
It is.
Well, not if you shift your ontology, though. And there's a much stronger case to be made for the other ontology than the materialist ontology.
You're saying that your viewpoint's right and the rest of the world's wrong, and you're also saying that we should bend to your way of thinking, and I'm sorry, I just don't think that you're correct on this.
Because also natural causes is how science works. I mean, materialism...
I'm not denying natural. I'm a naturalist. I'm a naturalist, SirStrife.
So then what the hell is... materialism is naturalism, isn't it?
It's a subtle equivocation. Naturalism is just whatever... I mean, like, for example, Lee Smolin is an atheist, and Weinberg is an atheist. They are both digital physicists, though. They don't believe in materialism per se. They're atheists. They're naturalists.
Oh, are you gonna sneak in the holographic principle again?
Well, that's what it sounds like.
That's what they believe. I'm just giving you an example.
Well, who cares what they believe if they believe this holographic principle? It's like saying I'm a solipsist and everything is an extension of my mind. It's the same thing. It seems like.
And how's this relate to education? Teaching the kids that teaching kids that just because you can't see it and just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's God is okay. It's better than saying they should be saying I do not know.
I'm not saying that.
It could be God. Or
I'm not saying it could be God.
Or you're also saying that it could be because I just don't know. That's just as bad. You're teaching the kids to be ignorant.
I'm not suggesting to teach them that, though. That's not what I'm suggesting to teach them, though.
And what are you suggesting
teach them?
Well, I'm suggesting that we point out that there is a serious question as to whether materialism is right or not, and therefore...
No, there isn't.
By who? By who? That's like saying intelligent design is a critical thing.
Anton Zeilinger, Chalmers, I mean, there's a whole bunch of philosophers.
But rats. This is like getting these 600 signatures of Steve, and only like 3 of them are actually scientists, and in the field that they're talking about.
Yeah, 3 scientists.
Consensus science.
No, but this is the thing, Rats.
You have people who said, yeah, it could be
Susskind.
true.
I can stack Susskind. I can stack
Rats. But how many is like how many out of everybody? Is it like 99.9% don't go by that way, and 1.0001%
popularizers that I've seen accept it. Not all, actually, not all, but like the vast majority of the popularizers. I don't know a statistical number on the actual numbers down in the field that believe it.
Actually, most people believe that the Big Bang is actually where we're at. Now, if you ask them, are we a brain in a vat, they're going to say, I don't know. That doesn't mean they agree with you. They just said, I don't know. This is the Christian line of thinking, the Christian line of...
I'm not saying we're brain in a vat. I'm not saying. What I'm saying is that there are... You can make a case that that materialism has been falsified by modern...
You can make a case that...
That sounds like intelligent design, Rats.
No.
Sounds a lot like the wedge document.
The difference is that the people in intelligent design are kooks, and whereas the people promoting this stuff, Zeilinger, for example, he's the world's premier quantum experimentalist. The guy invented quantum teleportation. He's not dumb. He's got
did the math behind.
He did the experiment. The guy that did the math was in '95, I think. And then he did, like, actually, I think it was before that. I forget when it was, but he did the actual first experiment in '98, I believe.
And he hasn't even explained why that happens. Nobody has. So, I mean...
Right, well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out his credentials, that he's not a crank or a quack or something like this. This guy is a mainstream physicist.
Yeah, but the whole thing is I can come up with some freaking crazy-ass theories, and somebody can latch onto it, and it can just, like, I have a paper on electromagnetic theory that is completely bullshit. I wrote it as basically proving that anything can happen. And it's completely bullshit. Just because I wrote it, I know of at least 20 college students that have come to me and said, oh my God, that's awesome. I could totally see that happening. I'm like, that was just a joke paper.
Okay, but the question is we have a whole. The question is, are a whole bunch of scientists trolling all in the same direction? Because if we get rid of Zeilinger, I can give.
No, not a whole bunch. You're talking a couple of them, and it's mostly PR driven on your end to go into that.
Brian Greene, he's not a theist as far as I know. Seth Lloyd's a good example. Fatini Markopoulou, David Deutsch, John Wheeler, Lee Small. I can give you like a list of, I mean. It sounds like I'm trolling. I'd say, we're in a hologram and you think I'm a troll. Then we go on World Science Festival and we have Leonard Susskind saying, yeah, I think we're all...
Okay, finally.
Bye.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Rats, but Rats, you were, I think you were trolling us once again. And Ollie, do you have anything to say? Ollie?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what were you saying before you were interrupted by him?
What were we talking about?
Well, I think we should teach.
Well, we were talking about education until Johan went on his little spiel about he's trying to give accreditation to his theory again, and that just should not be played out right now.
It's not a theory; it's a hypothesis, still, right?
Yeah, it's a hypothesis that can never be proven.
No, I know what he's doing.
I mean, the thing that I've noticed, it seems like it's like intelligent design because, like, overthrowing materialism. Where do I hear that before? The wedge.
Yeah, it's creationism on another level.
It's intelligent design.
I'd like to get back to the topic of education. Jesus, freaking.
Yeah, him.
Allie, you're yeah. Can you fix that?
Somebody kept trying to ask me a question while Johan was going on and on earlier. Who was that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
And Johan kept cutting them off. They kept saying Chris.
Well, Allie, I'm going to cut you off because, well, you're having issues, no offense, but okay? Try next time, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Ladini, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
So did you have a question? Were you the one asking one?
you were discussing, that naturalism is the way to go with science.
I mean, that is how science works. It works by naturalism.
Yeah, guys, but naturalism doesn't imply materialism. There's two branches in naturalism. There's philosophical naturalism and there's methodological naturalism. The philosophical naturalism.
That's actually good. That's a good point.
Well, I mean, I remember vaguely that there's two types of naturalism. There's metaphysical naturalism and there's natural naturalism, which I've noticed that the thing that they go against is something called metaphysical naturalism, which makes no sense. Which the word I don't get really makes any sense to me, because what's above naturalism? Well, more naturalism. What the? I seriously looked at the definition. I looked at the definition.
But that's where a lot of the sciences spawn from, are the philosophies. A bunch of guys sitting around talking, and then finally somebody comes up and says, hey, I can do an experiment on that. I'm going to try that out. I'll get back to you. Now it turns into a science, right? So that's why that's why I still call it PhD, a doctorate of philosophy. That's what it is. It's always been. That's why.
The word science comes from the word that actually means knowledge, which actually puts science within epistemology. And what you're using to do all your science is called empiricism. And there's other isms that we can
really so science, in a sense, is not like philosophy where you're doing logical arguments. You do empiricism. You do empirical.
Yeah, you do the opposite of rationalism. You have a very specific mindset on your knowledge base. On how do we know something?
We don't. We assume it.
Well, and that's not something that we need to be teaching kids, because that's just going to end up confusing them. That's something for college students to debate about. I mean, we do understand. Actually, I forget that. We do know a lot of stuff. It's do we understand a lot of stuff? And that, I think, is the biggest misrepresentation of the whole philosophical debate. We know a lot. Do we understand a lot? Hell no. And that's where I think the biggest misunderstanding between science, which is what science is trying to do, is understand.
Knowledge. We want knowledge. We want to know things.
Yeah, we want to understand.
We want to know things.
It's not that we don't know. We know when you drop an apple, it's going to fall.
No. We know things, but we also know what we don't know.
When we drop an apple, we know that it falls. Do we understand exactly why it does that? No. That's what we're trying to do, is understand it. We know a lot of stuff. It's trying to understand it is the problem. Yes. And making the assumption we cannot know anything for certain is, I think, a stupidic argument and a very ignorant argument. I mean, it's just very ignorant to assume that we know nothing.
You mean like presuppositionalism?
Yes.
Oh, God.
God, not that.
Paul and me talked with... Paul, you still there?
I mean, would you not all agree on that? That we know a lot, we just do not understand a lot. I think that's the standpoint we need to be taking with these kids. We know a lot, we don't understand everything. And that's where a lot of theists keep coming at us is, oh, you cannot know anything. Well, actually, we can.
You know what the good thing, though? You know what the good thing is, though, with Chris, by saying that? Then that gives something for the kids to strive for. They want to.
Exactly.
They would want to answer these questions that even the adults who they would see as superior to them, I'm guessing, but I guess they would see them.
But they use that argument. They use that argument to sit there and say that evolution is wrong. They sit there and say quantum mechanics is wrong. They sit there and say, and they only use quantum mechanics when they're trying to prove a point, and it actually goes in their favor. If it doesn't, then they're like, oh, that's just bad. That's awful.
I would argue the argument just made that knowing that there are things that are presently unknown, but they could be unknown. They could be known if somebody figured it out, is a good thing to teach kids.
It's a good thing to strive for.
I for one got into science for that very reason, because I sat there and questioned and tried to work out myself and tried to figure out myself these things that we don't know. And I in my own mind tried to come up with ideas, and it got me thinking. And in order to verify or dismiss the ideas I was having, I was finding the science that I was learning in school a benefit for examining those ideas. And yeah, I was wrong. about a lot of the things that I was coming up with.
You were trying though. You were thinking. Your brain was making connections, clicking.
Okay, like,
had I given a blanket answer?
Mysteries is what drive scientists, but what drive more people to science. Mysteries.
Yeah.
So
all the greatest scientists. Go ahead.
If we got rid of all the mysteries and we explained everything, normal people would, young people would like to go and study science and reveal what's currently gaps of our knowledge or our understanding. So if he tries to use a God of the gaps argument and say that because we don't understand completely the way the universe works or the way molecular biology works, so we should insert God there and all things will be solved, like what the ID movement in the United States tries to do. Why do science in the first place?
You know about that?
Everybody knows about American creationism. Don't you worry.
No. I meant the intelligent design thing. I didn't know that.
Everybody knows about that. Much. You're a laughing stock of the world because of that.
I mean, the Wedge document was funny.
Actually, the interesting thing is, I just saw a video by Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was actually saying that even Newton, when he was at the limits of his knowledge about the trying to account for the stability of the solar system, invoked God, and it took.
No, but you know what the funny thing is? He was right though, technically, about not that, but he's like saying, assuming the planets always were like this, there would need to be a God to make it. He is correct in a sense, because nowhere anyone says that the solar system was always like with eight planets orbiting the sun all perfectly, with 1 to 2 resonance of Jupiter, I think it was, that stuff. That's not true. It's not always been like that. It's been, I think, like maybe after a billion years, it's finally stabilized.
Well, our solar system alone changes on a continuous basis.
Yes.
And we're constantly in a state of falling into the sun. And a lot of people don't realize that. And it's not that we're falling; we're moving closer, and it's space, it's gravity, and falling.
It's inertia.
We don't quite know how to explain it just precisely what's happening, but I'm actually working on a theory that kind of might explain it a little bit better than Einstein did. Which
oh my God, Chris.
No, I'm not getting into it.
No, but Chris, Rats just said if you're a materialist, you're technically a pedoscientist.
No.
Oh,
whatever.
Just to say,
but we're grasping and we're trying to understand stuff, and the only way we can do that is experimentation, and then looking at the data and trying to figure out what's going on. To sit there and say that it's God pushing the apple down, that's bonkers, dude. And actually, that's what they thought for the longest time.
Well, just look at history though. Every single time there's that gap, we're like scratching our heads, and somebody comes in and says, "Well, there you go. There's God. Okay, there's God." Then slowly that gap gets squeezed and squeezed and squeezed, and suddenly God gets popped out of that gap every single time.
Like think of Newton. Like Newton couldn't comprehend that Einstein, this guy that came, I think 3 centuries afterwards him, I think, right, approximately?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 3 centuries after him would fucking turn his thing upside down. I mean, it still works. I mean, don't throw away a good thing that works, obviously. But
some of his mechanics still apply till today. I mean, they still apply.
Yes, so that's why pretty much we still use them.
Calculus still works. I mean,
but why don't we read his alchemical books? Why don't we read his alchemy
alchemy's
books?
dead. Chemistry's
bollocks.
Exactly. So that's why we don't pay attention to his godly side.
That's why Francis Collins, if you read his book, The Language of God, he was afraid that, the ID movement, the intelligent design movement, was trying to fill the gaps of our knowledge in molecular biology with God did it argument. He was afraid that, with more advances in science, we are going to fill these gaps with real science, and people would religious people in the United States or whatever, these ideas have influence, on some people. People are going to feel that science is gaining more ground on religion, and that would make people,
not
Well, I think
believe.
we're making a lot of leeway in the simple fact that, once we actually clone an actual human, it's going to shut down creationism because, we created a human being.
Does he have sin?
Huh? Yeah.
Does a created human have sin?
We have a soul.
Human being. Does he have sin? Does he have a soul? That's why they shut down cloning, because they do not want to have that argument. They do not want to have the discussion, because it all of a sudden takes God out of the situation.
We ourselves are gods then.
Right. And they don't want to have that argument.
Like, hey, I can do better things than your God could.
It stifles science so bad, because...
But do you guys think that cloning is possible?
Yes.
Cloning a human being?
And we already did it. We already did it with sheep. We did it with... I think we're going to try to do it with a mammoth one day, I think it was.
But it's more complicated in humans, I think.
No, it's pretty much the same thing.
No, not really. Whenever you clone... If we can clone a sheep, I think we can clone a human.
It's not that... heck, if we could clone a pig...
It's not that far of a jump.
Yeah, we could clone a pig. If we could clone a pig, we could clone a human for sure.
Yeah.
Of course, it would be a little bit more of a social issue, I think, would be to finally do it.
Ethical issue.
But once you do it, it's just, just let it go. I don't think it's...
But it closes the door on stuff like, we can use that to cure diseases. We can use that to help kids
clones have rights.
that have heart problems.
Except then you have that problem, Chris, with do clones have rights? Do they have liberties? Do they...
Yeah, exactly. But we can use that technology.
Stem cell research is more productive.
We can use that technology to clone lungs. We can use that technology to freaking grow limbs. There's a lot that can come off of that. And because it goes against Christianity, because it goes against religion in general, we're not pursuing every means that we could in that field, because it sits there and knocks and says, so you're not the only one that can create man. Fuck you. Your God doesn't matter anymore.
What we need to do is find the...
The funny thing is, imagine we could heal amputees, yet God can't. That kind of fucks it up.
Yeah, Chris. On the basis of cloning and things like that, have you seen Michelle Bachmann's CPAC speech?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday, it's epic. She goes on about Alzheimer's.
What is
it? And saying that Alzheimer's is curable in 10 years, and she cannot see why. She cannot see why the scientific community is not pursuing a cure for Alzheimer's.
They are.
Stem cell research, you fucking bitch.
Which she stands directly against.
I know, exactly. I know.
Science is not... sure. If you
hinder science, you have that huge problem. And that's one of the things I talk about. And it's one of the things I'm very passionate about, if you can't tell. When we take the ignorant stand and we do not want to follow into it because it could possibly prove that your God doesn't exist, or it sheds doubt that God couldn't exist, because that's what it would do. It would shed doubt that God doesn't exist. I don't think it would prove God didn't exist, but it would give more doubt to a lot of people that are kind of sitting on the border. And there goes a financial empire right there. You're going to lose millions of people who are going to be like, holy shit, we can do that? Fuck God, we don't need him anymore.
Possibly billions.
Yeah, the stupid thing is that stem cell research is similar to sperm donning, and what's called egg donning, if some, it's typical, eggs are potential human beings, and they die in freezers, and some ferns actually ditch all these eggs, and it's similar to stem cell research. So if religious fundamentalists oppose stem cell research because of destroying what they call destroying life or potential life, they should be equally opposed.
We kill life every day. We eat life.
Stem cell research is the equivalent to you scratching your nose. It's stupid.
It's like picking your nose.
Genocide when you scratch your freaking nose.
Yeah. We should.
Well, there's actually wasn't there in the States they were actually proposing laws to make it so like masturbation and stuff like that was illegal because the sperm is potential life. Well, guess what? You better arrest the balls themselves because they reabsorb the sperm that doesn't get used. So the balls themselves destroy sperm. People are so fucking stupid.
I personally would love a law that came into force somewhere in the US, preferably at the federal level, that turns around and says that life begins at conception. I want that in law because of the number of conceptions there are every day, to shut those creationist motherfuckers up who turn around and says, yes, but can you prove that life started? Right? The ones that turn around, from a legal point of view, to turn around and say that, yes, new life starts every fucking day, thousands of times in just this country alone, it is a commonplace event, and therefore turning around and arguing, prove how life started. Yeah, I just shagged somebody. That started life.
He's
right?
Randy, baby. He's Randy.
From a legal point of view, that would be the creation of life, and it would make every single parent a creator.
And every single person God.
Well, technically they are.
From a legal point of view. And at that point, the shock and horror, it would be like the folk in the southern states that were arguing for religious schools, and then they realized that suddenly Muslims could have religious schools as well, and suddenly they became all opposed to it because they thought that the only religion that existed was Christianity, and actually having explained to me, I think somebody did something about there was somebody they ended up with some Satanists protesting for their rights to do a certain thing
in Florida.
In Florida, what were they arguing about, and what was the law, and that actually made it possible?
You wanted to see
their schools
event, isn't it?
No,
yeah, they wanted a Satanist event. Yeah, Satanist event in schools.
Well, I thought it was. There was also the prayer in schools where they said, okay, well, we're going to have a prayer to Satan then, because that's my religion. They said that should be allowed then. I put up a video with a guy who was a pastor, a Baptist pastor, and he has his own version of the Golden Rule, and he applies it to religion. And it's very interesting because he said, don't, like he works for a group for the separation of church and state, and he's a Baptist pastor. He says, I have no business forcing my religion on anybody else unless I expect other people to have it as well, so they can have their religion forced.
Guys? I think it's pretty much time we should wrap up AfterShow because it's been an hour.
Oh yeah, it has.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning over here in the UK, and it's
you should either shank or go to bed.
I'm going to go to bed. I've got my wife there, and she's probably going to give me a load of grief going with, what the fuck time do you think this is?
Shank time. Shank time.
It's like, you should have been in here servicing me 3 hours ago.
Yeah, she wanted you to be Randy, baby. Randy.
Well, we did take a break between shows.
Naughty.
What was nice to meet all y'all.
Is that what that heavy breathing was about? Okay, I got you.
Well, we're not on camera, so how do you know I'm not sat here in my underwear? I'm not, by the way, so you can dispense with that.
Okay. Final points because of fuck. I gotta upload this video tonight, and I'm gonna hit the hay too. So yeah. Ladini, the Pokemon.
Yeah.
Go. I choose you. Go first.
I choose you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's a Pokemon name. It really is.
You got very loud
I wonder.
eyes.
Wait. What does Ladini look like? I gotta get a picture. I know that's a little offensive, is it?
No, don't.
You better not be brown.
Fucking hell! Spot the fucking Americans.
If I had to say, in the way education should go, I would say that we should, or whatever country we are living in, people should choose naturalism as a way to go in the way explaining science and natural phenomena. But naturalism, what I was meaning to say is naturalism doesn't entail atheism, because people like equate the two. Naturalism is atheism. You have many scientists who believe in a higher being or a god or a not personal god.
Actually, a lot of only
and
about
they do good science. They do good science, and they aren't atheists. So
actually, most of them are atheists. Actually, a recent poll stated that the lowest poll I could find was 85% do not believe that there is a higher being or God controlling our existence. And if you look in the field of biology, it's 100% of everybody that they polled.
Are you talking about England or the United States?
That was
because I know that the
States.
National Academic of Science or whatever, they have published results that 40% of their working scientists are believers in a sort of God, or a higher being, whatever. So it's a 40% ratio. So you have a reasonable amount there who believes in God, and they do good science.
Well, the study I looked at they pulled 1,500 people in various fields. I believe they pulled 300 in biology, 120 in the physics community, and so on. It goes on and on and on. Paleontology. In paleontology, that's probably the highest one, and I believe that's one of the fields that I think it's like 82% actually believe in God, which is a huge, huge number. But when you start going into the more technical fields, you see less God.
Yeah. So I think, you should teach people or young children about the facts, and they are going to form their beliefs later when they grow up and face the existential questions that they should answer in their own way. So whatever way you are trying to advance your society, I think teaching them the facts and not making the science or
I think you touched on it right
an
there.
ideology, like mixing religion,
You're not teaching,
mixing
when you
any
step away from the
ideology.
facts, you're teaching your nation how they should think. And that's where the debate is with scientists. We should not...
Yeah, that's critical thinking. And I think, it should be taught as a main subject in every curriculum in my country and your country. But unfortunately, most people or most schools are more concerned on teaching
with an agenda.
Yeah, their agenda, the basic sciences, like math, science.
They're trying to make everybody docile, and they are not teaching critical thinking, and I think that should be actually taught. And I totally agree with you, man. Rickus, your turn?
Yeah. My turn. Well, I don't know.
Jeez. It's after show, so you could say pretty much anything you fucking want.
You can say I'm masturbating right here. See you guys later.
Yeah.
If you want.
You could say you want to shag somebody. I don't know.
I want to shag somebody.
No, wait. Here, how about this? How about we all end it by everyone doing their own Austin Powers impression?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. How about you do your own impression, Ritz?
Austin Powers impression? I don't know any Austin Powers impressions.
I'm Randy, baby, Randy.
Randy.
Crazy, baby.
I guess I should know he's Canadian, isn't he, Seth?
No, he's British.
Austin Powers is British, but Mike Myers is...
Mike Myers is Canadian.
He's Canadian. Yep.
So you're both related in somehow from this.
Yes, some way we're related. I know him. He's my next door neighbor.
He likes maple syrup, eh?
I don't have anything to say as a summary. This is very interesting. Thanks for asking me on. It's pretty cool.
Okay, your turn, Chris.
I was gonna let Educated go next.
But, yeah, Educated. You have to do your own Austin Powers impression.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd agree, keep religion out of science, keep philosophy. I mean, rationalism has no place really in, say, high school unless you're actually into it. You don't need to get into the higher philosophies. until college. I mean, there's no need really to get into the really in-depth stuff. So just keep all that stuff out until and just develop critical thinking skills. Go with a logic class and I'm all for science, and basically like every good old-fashioned atheist. But yeah, as for the Austin Powers, it's like, I am your father.
What?
All right, now my turn. You want to make it horny, baby? Go for it, Paul.
Crazy, baby.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, yeah. Critical thinking. If we've moved on to that one, my views on religious education or religion within education. Critical thinking is key. The same skills that you use to debunk religion are also the same skills that you use to debunk political ideologies. When somebody turns around and says that you should vote this way because if you get rid of critical thinking, then you end up with an underclass politically who just don't have a voice because they can't argue. They don't have the skills to argue with those that are in power, and you end up with, well, effectively slavery. Whether it be working at Walmart or whether it be working at McDonald's for absolutely bugger all. You don't have the critical skills to actually better yourself. So yeah, critical thinking is key.
Naughty, baby. Yeah, that sucks. But but pretty much the education in school, I guess, is below standards in America, while Britain pretty much kicks our ass, it seems.
We're not that brilliant, and you're not
I
that bad.
I didn't say you're perfect, but I'm saying you're better than ours, I guess. Right?
Only marginally.
Okay, and this is the end of the after show. It'll be uploaded tonight. And signing off. Okay, I'm gonna end this thing.